This meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 5 of the House of Commons Subcommittee on International Human Rights of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Pursuant to the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on February 20th, 2020, today is the second meeting of the subcommittee on its study of human rights situation of the Uyghurs. Today's witnesses are appearing by video conference, and proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. Interpretation in this video conference will work very much like in regular committee meetings. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. As you are speaking, if you plan to alternate from one language to the other, you will need to also switch the interpretation channels so it aligns with the language you are speaking. You may want to allow for a short pause when switching languages. When speaking, please speak slowly and clearly. When you are not speaking, your mic should be on mute. Should any technical challenges arise, for example, in relation to interpretation or a problem with your audio arises, please advise the chair immediately, and the technical team will work to resolve them. And just before we begin, we'd like to emphasize our focus on Uyghurs. Several of our witnesses that we've heard from and our experts in human rights in general, and some with an emphasis on China, or will be here with an emphasis on China. There are and will be opportunities through future meetings of this committee and other government committees to address many issues in respect to China and other human rights issues. I say this because our witnesses are here to share their expertise on Uyghurs to all the members. So to reiterate the focus on Uyghurs. I want to commend all of our witnesses from yesterday's meeting. They were truly amazing. We had experts, we had advocates, we had academics, we had personal stories of courage and bravery, and we want to thank them for coming forward. I'd like now to welcome our witnesses today. We have from the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign, the head, William Browder. As an individual, we have Olga Alexieva, sinologist and professor of contemporary Chinese history, Université du Québec at Montreal. And we also have Aziza Kanji, legal academic and journalist. And our third witness for this panel will be Errol Mendes, professor of law and president at the International Commission of Jurists Canada. I believe, Clerk, that is the order we will be going in? Yes? So, Mr. Browder, you will start off. You will have 6 minutes, sir, to be able to address us with your opening statement, and then we'll move to members' questions. You may begin. I think you may be on mute, Mr. Browder.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you today on the shocking persecution of the Uyghur minority in China. I come to this from a slightly different angle than other people on the panel and other people who've testified. Some of you may know me for many years. I've been coming to Ottawa to advocate to pass the Magnitsky Act in Canada. My background is that I was in Russia for many years. Sergei Magnitsky was my lawyer. He uncovered a massive case of corruption, exposed it, and was in retaliation arrested, tortured, and killed. And I came up with this idea of the Magnitsky Act, which would freeze the assets and ban the visas. And I came first to the United States when they passed the Magnitsky Act in 2012. I then came to Canada. Canada passed the Magnitsky Act in 2017. And now in total, there are 7 countries with Magnitsky Acts. And the Magnitsky Act is a quite powerful tool in dealing with human rights abuse. It used to be that 40 years ago, People like the Khmer Rouge didn't go on vacation to Saint-Tropez. But now you have people from all these different countries that commit human rights abuses, going foreign traveling, buying property, doing all sorts of things. And it becomes a way of creating consequences in a situation where the world didn't have consequences before. And as a result of this, I have been approached in numerous countries by numerous people about numerous issues. And about 2.5 years ago, I was in Washington, D.C., working on implementing, getting more people sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act. And I was asked by a U.S. official who was involved in the Uyghur situation if I could spend half an hour meeting with a member of the Uyghur community that this person thought I should meet. And I agreed to the meeting. And I ended up meeting a woman named Gulchehra Hoja. Gulchehra is a Uyghur. She lives in Washington, D.C., and she works for an organization called Radio Free Asia, which is a U.S.-funded media organization that reports on things going on in Asia without any interference from the Chinese government. And she works on the Uyghur language service. And Gulchehra sat down with me, and she told me her story. And her story was quite remarkable. That she was one of the first person to be able to interview somebody coming out of the Uyghur concentration camps. And she interviewed a woman who had come out of the Uyghur concentration camps and told the story of what had happened. And in retaliation for telling that story, 25 members of her family were arrested in China and put into these concentration camps. And from hearing that story, I didn't know anything about these concentration camps before. And so I started to work with her and hear what was going on and get more information. And like I'm sure many members of the panel will present today, I learned about the forced sterilization of women. I learned about the way in which literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people were being arrested. I've learned about the forced separation of children from their families. And it's become obvious to me that this is probably the most significant human rights issue that we currently face in the world. In addition to my personal contact with Gulchehra, I'm a descendant of a Holocaust refugee. My mother had to flee Vienna during the Holocaust. And so to see that we have a genocide, which is effectively taking place right before our eyes when we said never again, I feel compelled to do what I can for the Uyghur people and for Gulchehra and for other victims. And the one thing we can do again, or we can do in this situation, is apply Magnitsky sanctions on the officials in China who are perpetrating this abuse. And this was exactly why the Magnitsky Act was created. And the United States has imposed sanctions using the Magnitsky Act on 4 Chinese officials, including a member of the Politburo. And I'm scratching my head and wondering why Canada, who has the Magnitsky Act specifically for this purpose, doesn't apply those sanctions right now. And so I'm here today to strongly advocate for Canada to join the United States in sanctioning the Chinese officials responsible for this, and to hopefully expand that sanctions list so that many more people in China who are perpetrating this genocide are held responsible. Thank you very much.
Browder, and now we're going to move to Olga Alexieva for 6 minutes for your opening statement. Olga?
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about the political context surrounding the repression of Uyghurs in China. As you know, since 2017, hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs have been sent for detention in re-education centers. According to Chinese authorities, these detention centers are used to fight Muslim extremism. However, the opening of these camps is just the latest in a long series of repressive measures adopted by the Chinese government against Uyghurs. In the autonomous region of Xinjiang, where the majority of Uyghurs live, actually, this region was integrated into the Chinese sphere only in the 19th century, and the Uyghurs have been fighting Chinese assimilation practices. This has led to various independentist movements, whether or not they're violent. They're based on a variety of ideologies: pan-Turkism, pro-democracy, radical Islam, but all with the same goal: to create an independent Uyghur state in Xinjiang. So for Beijing, Xinjiang has always represented a challenge in terms of control. But since the 1990s, the fight of the Uyghurs for their independence has intensified. Why? There are many factors to explain it, as I could go on for hours since I'm a historian, but the main reason is that Uyghurs today feel marginalized on their own land. There are more and more Chinese migrants coming to Xinjiang. They monopolize the most fertile lands and the water sources. They get help from the government to launch their businesses, while the Uyghurs are just getting poorer. The Chinese also occupy the most important positions in the local administration. The Uyghurs are therefore feeling that the Chinese are getting richer and that they are being dominated at their own expense. Now, this has led to great frustration, which has brought two challenges in many ways. For example, there have been bombing attacks. There have also been spontaneous riots at peaceful student and activist protests. Beijing qualifies all of these actions as terrorist actions inspired by the international Islamist movement. As far as Beijing is concerned, the existence of a few small jihadist groups with links to al-Qaeda legitimizes the intensification of repressive measures in Xinjiang, which is aimed at the entire Uyghur opposition. There's widespread use of torture during interrogations, abuse of Uyghur prisoners, and so on. In reaction, there has been a new wave of deadly attacks since 2013. These attacks, in particular that in Tiananmen Square, have really mobilized the Chinese officials, who now see the Uyghur problem as a threat to national stability, and therefore, in their eyes, this justifies retaking control of the entire Uyghur population, not just activists. So starting in 2014, there has been an increase in Chinese troops patrolling the territory, and over 100,000 people have been arrested. Facial and vocal recognition cameras were installed everywhere. They surveil people everywhere, even in rural areas. They also launched the collection of biometric data, including DNA, for the entire Uyghur population. These measures are incredibly intrusive, and they're also accompanied by arbitrary arrestations, searches of homes, confiscation of passports, and the banning of certain religious practices. In parallel, about 20 or over 20 internment camps throughout the Xinjiang region. The criteria for being sent to these camps are vague and arbitrary. You could simply have a non-approved version of the Quran, not drink alcohol, observe Ramadan, go too often to Turkey, and you could end up in one of these camps for an undetermined length of time because the legal procedures surrounding these camps are quite opaque. Today, Uyghurs are the victims of repressive practices, and they have been for many decades. However, the breadth of the repressive tactics so far are unprecedented. Over 1 million Uyghurs are being detained in camps across the region. That's more than 10% of the population. This is a strategic region with many natural resources, and it is part of the Uyghur national identity. So Beijing cannot even think of providing any kind of autonomy to this region. And it is also in the way of their new Silk Road initiative, the Belt and Road. This means that the Uyghurs are between a rock and a hard place. This becomes a breeding ground for resentment and hate against Chinese officials and Chinese people more generally. The harshness of this repression can only lead young activists who are frustrated, faced with this incredible repression, on a more violent path in the long term, these draconian security measures.
And we'll now move to Errol Mendez. You will have an opportunity to elaborate during the question period. We'll now move to Errol Mendez for 6 minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the invitation. We are witnessing in Xinjiang, China, what we had hoped would never happen again after the Second World War. I'm talking about the detention of over 1 million Uyghurs. This is an ethnic and religious group on whom we are witnessing enforced birth control efforts by the Chinese government to reduce the numbers of this group. While the Chinese claim that these are vocational and training camps, there are credible reports that these camps include enforced propaganda sessions, forced labor, physical abuse, and some are alleging even deaths. There is no one that is excluded. And I want to give you an example of a leading Muslim female professor who I had gotten to know during my many years of doing research in China. Guzalad Turkun is a professor of law and was a supervisor of PhD students at Sichuan University. She was one of the well-known international academics focusing on human rights. She was a visitor at the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Office at Harvard University and Denmark's Human Rights Research Center. Despite these credentials, she was still basically detained in one of those camps. And to this day, we are not certain whether or not she has been released or not. Others have had an even worse fate. One academic may be facing the ultimate fate. Dr. Tashpolat Tiap, a renowned scholar of geography and a former president of Xinjiang University, was suspected of being at risk of execution as he faced the end of a 2-year reprieve of his death sentence, according to the Scholars at Research Network in September of 2019. And we haven't heard about his fate either. I agree with my friend, former Justice Minister Irwin Cotler, that we should join the US and other countries who have imposed targeted sanctions against key figures in Xinjiang who are the major planners for the mass detention. I have suggested that the Magnitsky sanctions should target the architects of the detention, and I give names. I suggest the governor, Shoshat Zakir of Xinjiang, and the region's party chief, Cheng Wangguo, who is a member of the Politburo of the party at the highest ranks of the Chinese government. There are others, but these two, I think, are the chief planners of the detention. Both have asserted that these allegations amounts to serious international crimes, which I'd like to talk about, against the Uyghurs are fabricated lies and absurd. In fact, Zakir goes even further by describing the camps as boarding schools where the rights of the students are protected. In 2017, Parliament passed the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, which implements the Magnitsky sanctions and which targets specific officials in terms of freezes on and travel bans and also freezes on their assets. Similar laws, as my friend Bill Browder has said, has been adopted by the US, other European countries, and now the European Union, thanks to his championship, has also considered expanding the Magnitsky actions across the European Union. As is known, Bill was one of the major champions for this provision because his own lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, was murdered by the Russian officials. I had the privilege of assisting in a minor way, having Bill come up to Canada and promote the adoption of the Magnitsky action here in Canada, law here in Canada. I would like to briefly address the views of another legal colleague, who is also the next ambassador to the United Nations, Bob Rae, who in an interview in the Globe and Mail stated that the Canadian government must consider the consequences of imposing sanctions on senior government officials for human rights violations against minority groups. While I agree with him that a government can never afford to engage in non-consequential thinking or non-consequential acting, and that he seemed to imply that it include any actions involving our two Canadians, Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig, and further trade actions on our agricultural and lumber products. However, Canada cannot bend its foundational commitments as a society to the rule of law. That is the antithesis of what's happening in Xinjiang. We cannot abandon our often stated commitments to the promotion and protection of universal human rights embodied in our promise of never again. We cannot be seen to be bystanders to the later, yet again, serious international crimes that come within the definition of crimes against humanity, war crimes, torture, and genocide. We cannot stay silent or inactive in the face of these atrocities, or we forfeit our right to be regarded as champions of equal human dignity and the rights of all peoples on the world stage. History has shown that silence is the complicit partner to genocide. Canada cannot be silent or inactive against what I consider mounting crimes against humanity, including genocidal acts against the Uyghurs. And I consider that the actions of the Chinese government does amount to both crimes against humanity and genocidal acts, especially as they continued in terms of forced birth control acts against the Uyghurs. Now, the officials, I suggest, who should be targets for these Magnitsky sanctions may not have any frozen assets here in Canada, or may not even want to travel here in Canada. But the signals that we send with the targeted sanctions to not just China, but the entire world is that we are acting on behalf of humanity. We hope our traditional allies will follow suit and perhaps even consider joining us. Now, as regards the threat of possible punishing consequences from China, given that we are already facing such actions with the detention of the two Canadians as a consequence of the Meng Wanzhou extradition proceedings, I suggest we must develop a longer-term strategy and policy on China that addresses both hostage diplomacy actions, but also some of the other consequences we are facing in terms of trade sanctions, etc., which I think is a violation of world trade rules. I think Canada and its government must develop a longer-term strategy with our traditional democratic allies and hopefully a future U.S. administration that puts in place economic, social, and multilateral deterrence, not only to the use of hostage diplomacy, but also on the ability of China to target democratic countries that are bound by their values of principles and constitutions to adhere to the rule of law. This could include common approaches to make Chinese global companies subject to national security, human rights, and anti-corruption scrutiny, and penalizing them for complicity in their state's actions, amounting to the most serious international crimes. And I think, given the reports that are coming out of Xinjiang, that some of the brands that are being made by forced labor and finding its way up to the US and Canada, this should be one of the key actions that this committee, and in fact the larger committee, should be looking at to deal with those forced labor products. And in fact, under the recent CUSMA, the trade agreement with the US and Mexico, there is a prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you for your opening statement. Thank you very much. And I do want to apologize to the witnesses and our entire team here. I did make an error. As I was saying, our last speaker was Olga Alexieva. I had called her Ms. Kanji. We are going to hear now from Ms. Kanji, so I apologize for my mix-up. We have a great team, great witnesses. Thank you for rolling with my mistake here. So now we will move on to Ms. Kanji for 6 minutes for her opening statement. And thank you, Mr. Mendes.
Thank you very much. Official documents prescribing mass forced sterilization and mass surveillance. satellite imagery documenting the destruction of ancient cultural sites and the proliferation of concentration camps, drone footage showing men, head shorn, shackled, and blindfolded, being herded onto trains. These are just some of the glimpses we've had of China's practices in the Uyghur homeland of East Turkestan, Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, despite the cone of secrecy that China has placed around it, so that we don't even know for sure exactly how many hundreds of thousands, millions of Uyghurs have been incarcerated in what is suspected to be the largest regime of minority internment since the Nazi Holocaust. China's infamous network of concentration camps is just one node of a far more extensive project. Extensive spatially, with the intensive surveillance state penetrating into Uyghur villages, homes, bedrooms, cell phones, and even DNA through mass biometric collection, and even reaching abroad to target Uyghurs living in Canada and elsewhere. And extensive temporally, with this just the latest stage in what academics have analyzed as China's decades-long, if not centuries-long project of settler colonization and deliberate demographic change in the resource-rich territory China refers to as Xinjiang.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms.
Meaning
Kanji.
literally.
If
Yes.
you could just slow down a little bit just for our interpreters.
Okay.
And if you can move your microphone where? And if you can move your microphone away from your mouth a little bit, because it's popping a little. So yes, if you can move it.
Is this okay?
This is the interpreter.
How
If you
is
could just
this?
move it up towards your nose a little bit, Madame Kanji. Thank you very much.
How's this? Is this okay now?
They say yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Thanks.
just slow down a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll add time to your statement.
Okay, thank you. The concentration camps are just one node in a project that is both more spatially and temporally extensive. Temporally, with this just the latest stage in what academics have analyzed as China's decades-long, if not centuries-long, project of settler colonization and deliberate demographic change in the resource-rich territory China refers to as Xinjiang, literally meaning new frontier. The renowned scholar of colonialism, Patrick Wolf, famously said that the question of genocide is never far from discussions of settler colonialism. In the case of China's policies against the Uyghurs, this question of genocide is not just abstract or metaphorical, but imminent and literal. In the UN Genocide Convention, as well as in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, genocide is defined as any one of the 5 following acts. 1, killing. 2, causing serious bodily or mental harm. 3, infliction of conditions calculated to bring about physical destruction. 4, imposition of measures intended to prevent births. Or 5, forcible transfer of children. Any of these acts, when conducted with an intention to destroy a people as a people, in whole or in part. Any one of these listed acts qualifies as genocide when committed with the requisite genocidal intent. In the case of the Uyghurs, however, there is evidence of all 5 categories of genocidal acts having been committed. Reports of deaths in concentration camps, tortures such as electrocution and waterboarding, forced starvation and exposure to diseases, including coronavirus, in concentration and forced labor camps. A sterilization campaign in which 80% of new intrauterine birth control devices in China were installed in Xinjiang, which constitutes less than 2% of the Chinese population. And the separation of almost 500,000 children from their families and communities. As for the question of intent, when officials describe Islam as an ideological virus, an incurable malignant tumor, and a weed
We're interrupting
infecting the
again,
crops.
but if you can, Ms. Kenji, If you could just move your, because we're still getting a lot of the popping, and you can
Okay.
you can actually just speak a little quieter, because we can hear
Okay.
you really well. So, and if you could just move maybe your mic a little further up,
Okay, how's
closer
this?
closer to your nose. Can you speak a little bit?
Is this okay now?
I think that's much better, and you could speak at that level, and we can hear you
Okay.
well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
As for the question of intent, when officials describe Islam as an ideological virus, an incurable malignant tumor, and a weed infecting the crops, efforts at eradication are the logical extension. Testifying to the seriousness of the crime, the Genocide Convention includes not simply an obligation to punish genocide after the fact, but an obligation on all states to prevent genocide. According to the International Court of Justice, quote, a state's obligation to prevent genocide and the corresponding duty to act arise at the instant that the state learns of the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. That threshold of serious risk has surely long been passed. In 2014, the UN Office on Genocide Prevention released a framework for identifying warning signs of genocide and other atrocity crimes. Virtually all of those signs are present in Xinjiang. Having also worked on advocacy regarding the Rohingya genocide, which is now before both the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, I saw how long states avoided recognizing that situation as genocidal or proto-genocidal in order to avoid triggering their duty to prevent. As states previously refused to recognize the Rwanda genocide, even as it was unfolding in sight of the eyes of the entire world in 1994. Even in the face of compelling evidence, the capacity for denialism is great, as is the shame, repentance, and horror in hindsight when never again is permitted to occur again and again. Thank you.
For accommodating and your patience for the interpretation and the mic, and thank you for your remarks. Now we're going to open it up to questions. We are going to begin. It's 7 minutes each member will have during this round, and we'll start with Mr. Sweet.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to first address Mr. Browder. Mr. Browder, I just wanted to say thank you very much for all of your great work. You've appeared before this committee on a number of occasions, and you are the great example of a business person with a conscience who pursuing legal recourse for a friend and, of course, a lawyer of your firm who was, as you said, tortured and murdered. And we're just, I just wanted to express my my gratitude for all the work that you did to assure that countries like ours has a Magnitsky Act. So not only to in memorial to Sergei, but also to make sure that we can correct any other human rights violations. Mr. Mendez, I wanted to address you first with a question. Ms. Kanji's just laid out the case very articulately for the threshold that's been met in regards to genocide. I wanted to, obviously our committee is going to be making a statement after all of this testimony and a report. In your opinion, with your jurisprudence experience, as this, the actions of the Chinese Communist Party, does it meet the threshold of genocide?
In my view, it does. As Ms. Kanji rightly stated, one of the biggest challenges, if this were to go to a court, would be on what's called the specific intent of dealing with the intent to, either in whole or in part, to eliminate a group. And in my view, that's where China will try and make its defense. Well, prove it. Well, she quite rightly came up with certain types of evidentiary evidence that would be required to prove that intent. The big problem with I foresee, however, in terms of taking it to a court, is that China has not become a party to the International Criminal Court. And if we were to take it to the International Court of Justice, again, China would probably deny it has jurisdiction. So this is why I think it is very critical for, first of all, for Canada to show its resolve by having the Magnitsky sanctions applied, but secondly, to work with allies, and especially if we can have a future U.S. administration who is willing to work with all the democratic countries to put together a democratic strategy to put more and more pressure, including private sector pressure on China to stop its actions. Now, it's going to take a long time. It's going to be very complex, but we have to start now.
So I want to ask you about the corollary of what you said. When there's no action taken, when there's silence, how is that interpreted by regimes like the Chinese Communist Party?
Well, I think Bill will remember this, that one of the things which history has asked us to keep in mind, that before Hitler decided to basically start the final solution, he kept on saying that, after all, who remembers the Armenian genocide? That was one of the reasons why he felt that if no one paid attention to the Armenian genocide, why not start another one? This is why I think it is absolutely critical for us to show our conviction that we promised in that never again promise we made. So that's the one thing. However, because I'm a realist and knowing how powerful China is, we absolutely need our allies. We need the United States to work with all the democratic countries to confront this potential challenge, which is as great as anything we faced in the 1930s, to come to grips with it. If we don't, I think we may even have even bigger disasters on our doorstep shortly.
In your opinion, and this is a broad question, I know, but I want to pose it to you because of the nature of your testimony. Canada led a coalition of countries to put pressure on the South African regime to end apartheid. Do you feel that Canada could take that leadership role with the right leadership and bring countries together, Australia, New Zealand, and accomplish similar results in the long term with China?
Absolutely, and I think we could start with the United States. The Vice President Biden has said that one of his promises is going to be, after he gets elected, and hopefully he will be to establish a democratic summit of all the democratic countries in the world to address some of these issues. I think Canada should be working right now with the potential next president of the United States to see how we can put together that strategy, because it will involve all the democratic countries in the world to take on this challenge front and center. And it requires very careful planning. It requires a lot of attention to how do we deal. Yes, there will be consequences. We're already facing that with the two Michaels. We're already facing that with the agricultural committees. And we may be facing more if we do the Magnitsky sanctions. But where I part company with my friend Bob Ray is that we can't just focus on that. We have to look at what is going to happen if we ignore that, and what else may happen. There are potential world-shaking events that could happen. I can just refer you to one after Hong Kong. What's next? Could it be Taiwan? And I think right now, I think there should be a stronger world strategy of democratic countries to figure out how to deal with this growing threat to the entire world.
I'm not certain if it would be your expertise or Mr. Browder's, but so whoever wants to chime in, we have quite a sophisticated organization called FinTrack. Over $1 trillion left China in 2016. And of course is laundered here in Canada. Do you think we have enough expertise to locate the money of these CCP members and fulfill the role of and accomplish what is needed through the Magnitsky Act?
Can I respond to that? I have some experience with the Canadian law enforcement in relation to money laundering investigations. We identified in the Magnitsky case millions of dollars from the crime that Sergei Magnitsky exposed and was killed over coming to Canada, and we filed a criminal complaint with the RCMP maybe about 5 years ago, and it was quite compelling evidence. It was clear where the money went. We found real estate that was purchased with that money, and the RCMP initially opened an investigation, but never seized any of the property and then quietly closed the investigation. And I would argue that this is probably one of the most well-packaged criminal complaints they could have ever received.
I'm sure you'll have opportunity. We're moving on to Mr. Zuberi for 7 minutes.
I want to thank all the experts for testifying and informing us at this committee with your testimony. I'd like to put forth the first question to Mr. Mendez around the Magnitsky sanctions. You mentioned two names, but I'd like to get your opinion on the 9th of July 2020. The American U.S. Department of Treasury actually implemented these very sanctions on a number of individuals and one entity. I wanted your opinion on that. There's the Communist Party Secretary of the Uyghur Autonomous Region, Chen Guaigo, another gentleman, Zhu Halun, a former Deputy Secretary of the region also, Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region, Wang Minshan, also the XPSB as an entity, and another individual. What's your opinion on this in terms of going that far? Because you only mentioned two initially, Mr. Mendez, and I don't know if Mr. Bowler would like to also contribute to that.
Well, I think if all the individuals you mentioned are involved in the detention, absolutely. The reason why I mentioned these two in particular is because the targeting of sanctions against these two will reach up to the very highest level, especially if we target Chen Guangzhou, because he is a member of the Politburo of the party. So in other words, he works with President Xi Jinping. That would send a message directly to Xi Jinping if we were to focus on that particular individuals. And as I said, and I think we have to recognize that that could trigger consequences, but I think we absolutely have to stand up even if that happens. So that's the reason why I focus on these two. The second one is the governor of Xinjiang, Shojat Shakir. Again, not as high as Chen Guangzhou, so that's the reason why I focus on those two.
Okay. A follow-up to that is, and what you alluded to, which are the Chinese ambassador to Canada said on December 5 December 2019, that if Canada were to adopt any form of sanctions of the like that we're talking about, then there would be very firm countermeasures. So what do you say, how should legislators respond to that that statement by the Chinese ambassador that there would be very firm countermeasures if we did implement that? How do you respond to that?
Well, that's what I think was in mind when Bob Rae made his comments. And I think the same thing happened with the UK when it even promised, when it basically said it would not extend Huawei to the 5G networks. I think it's time that the democratic countries, and this is where I'm pleading for us to start our alliance with all the democratic countries. We cannot take that type of blackmail and just cry uncle. Because I think one of the things we have to figure out is if they do that, what are the consequences directed back at them? And one of the things which I think we should be examining is the thing that China treasures more than anything else is the ability of their economic sphere to carry on growing. And they rely very much on that, on cooperation with the rest of the world in terms of trade, in terms of investments. I think we should be starting to think about how do we put the private sector and the economic and business connections together to make sure that there will be consequences back at them if they start continuing with this type of blackmail.
So what I hear from you very clearly is a multilateral approach in response to that statement that was made from the Chinese ambassador. But I hear also that you're saying that we should use the levers that we have control over here locally, which is economic control. And we know that an Australian institute put forth about 80-odd companies that are named, including Nike, Adidas, and others. And those supply chains are in question. We heard about hair supplies. We heard about cotton, 84% of which is produced in the Uyghur Autonomous Region, East Turkmenistan, Xinjiang. We heard about that. So So can you elaborate a bit more? We also heard about how the security apparatus is how our technology actually supports, could be supporting the security apparatus and monitoring within these concentration camps. Can you speak to these 2 points, the supply
Absolutely.
chains and the security apparatus?
Absolutely. Now, there, in some respect, there is already an alliance because of the recent trade agreement, the Canada-US-Mexico trade agreement. On July the 1st, we already have now a prohibition against the import of goods made with forced labor, either in whole or in part. Well, right there is something we should start working with the United States and hopefully with other allies on how do we focus on those companies which are using the forced labor in Xinjiang. So that's one which we should start almost immediately. Secondly, in terms of the security equipment, etc., one of the things I'm hoping that we should consider, we already have an alliance in terms of national security with the Five Eyes dealing with national security broader. I think it's time for us to start thinking about how do we expand that to dealing with national security on a broader front, including how do we protect our values on the rule of law, on human rights, etc. So in other words, have an expanded Five Eyes, maybe include members of the European Union and other democratic countries who we can work together to say, how do we stop this sort of thing where China uses its acts of serious international crimes to promote its economic strategy? Because ultimately, in the long run, that's what China cares most about.
Thank you.
Because
I'd just like to get one quick question about the responsibility to protect in less than a minute we have. Can you comment on that, the responsibility to protect and Canada's obligation?
Absolutely. Because we were one of the architects of the responsibility to protect. In fact, in 2005, our ambassador actually managed to steer that whole thing through the United Nations to get the consent of the entire heads of state at the United Nations. Now, the thing I say about that is that the responsibility to protect doesn't just mean sending in armed forces. One of the critical functions of the responsibility to protect is to prevent these sort of actions. So how do we prevent it? That's exactly what we're talking about in terms of Magnitsky sanctions, in terms of working with our allies to focus on what could penalize China to stop them doing this thing. In other words, we should focus on the preventive actions, which actually goes to what Ms. Kanji was talking about, which is the duty to prevent genocide.
Thank you, Mr. Mendes. We're now moving on to Monsieur Brunel Duceppe for 7 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to mention how relevant the information we are getting from our witnesses are, as it was yesterday. Thank you very much. My first question is Ms. Alexieva. You mentioned during your opening remarks, you drew the link between the new Silk Road and the situation we're seeing in Xinjiang. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? That's something that's quite interesting.
Le projet des nouvelles routes,
The new Silk Road project, which is very dear to Xi Jinping, it's one of his, or it is his largest project, if we could say, is directly related to the measures we're seeing because Xinjiang is on the main land route. Even today, there are pipelines for gas and oil going through Xinjiang. If the region is not stable, this project could be compromised. If there are a lot of problems, well, this project could become more unreliable. The interpreter notes that the sound quality is not great. There's also the ability to develop these resources. There's a coordination center for the new Silk Road, which is supposed to be located in the capital of Xinjiang. That means it's a window into Central Asia and elsewhere in the world, so things don't go well in that region, well, it can really derail the project. Thank you. Xinjiang is officially an autonomous region, but are we talking about real autonomy here? Yes, officially it is an autonomous region, but it really is not. Sure, there's a regional government, but much of the power still lies elsewhere. 2.5 thousand. The interpreter notes that the sound is not great. It's like there's like a mini government within the regional government that is a tool, a surveillance, policing, economic management tool. It allows China to say that there's an autonomous region, but the reality is that all the main roles, even within the regional administration, are occupied by ethnically Chinese people. And the Uyghurs are relegated to lower positions. You have to be a member of the Communist Party and publicly renounce your Muslim faith if you want to run for office. That's very strange. It is not autonomous at all. Many witnesses told us yesterday, and we heard again today, that there are assimilation practices put in place by the Chinese authorities in Xinjiang. Could you tell us a little bit more about those? Well, there are many. Since the 1960s, I believe, the Uyghurs were forced to raise pigs. I remember going to Urumqi. Even in all restaurants, pork was always present, even on the menus. And it's the same thing for languages. Sure, there are schools that teach Uyghur. But if you want to go to university, you have to go to university in Chinese. If you want a career in the public service in business, you have to speak Chinese. So the integration means cultural and linguistic integration. Uyghurs who want to be successful cannot be successful in their own mother tongue, in their culture. They must learn Chinese and accept the dominant culture. Thank you. Do I still have time left? A minute and a half. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Alexieva. Mr. Browder, I have a question regarding the Magnitsky sanctions. Could you tell the committee how many Chinese citizens could be impacted with assets in Canada? Do we have an idea of how many?
First of all, I should say that the Magnitsky Act is not dependent on having assets in Canada. The purpose of sanctioning somebody under the Magnitsky Act is to name and shame those individuals. If they have assets in Canada, that's a plus. But if we look at the more than 200 people who have been sanctioned in the U.S. under the Global Magnitsky Act, very few of them have assets in the United States. But the moment that a person gets added to the sanctions list, that person basically becomes a pariah in the world of banking and international finance, and no longer can open bank accounts anywhere. And so I would argue, first of all, that from a previous question, how many Chinese officials should be sanctioned? A lot more than 4 that have been sanctioned by the United States. Just so it's clear, there are 52 people on the U.S. Magnitsky list, and this is just one case. And we're talking about a genocide affecting 1 million Uyghurs. That doesn't happen unless there's a massive organization involved. And so I think that there should be a massive sanctions list for Chinese officials. So the names are known, and these people are named and shamed, and others who are involved may then start to worry that they're going to be named and shamed. And their lives will be cut off from the international world of finance.
Now we'll move to Ms. McPherson for 7 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses for participating today. Yesterday, of course, we heard from witnesses, and many of them were very hard to hear their testimony. It was very moving. And I like that today we are doing a lot of discussion about some of the propositions of what we can do moving forward. I'm going to start by playing a little bit of a devil's advocate role, I think, not necessarily because I don't agree with the Magnitsky Act and calling out individuals, but just to clarify the impacts, I guess. So, Mr. Browder, I'll pose this to you and then perhaps to Mr. Mendez afterwards. We know that the Magnitsky Act addresses individuals, and it does not, in fact, impact the underlying system. So how can we enact widespread systematic changes in China, not just on the Uyghur issue, but in terms of Hong Kong, in terms of the Falun Gong, by targeting individuals one at a time? So that's one question. And then the other one is, by targeting individuals, is it possible that by increasing and creating this confrontation, we will limit our opportunities to use diplomacy and persuasion? If you could both comment on that. I think I know what you're going to say, but I'd like to hear it from your words, please.
Well, so the beauty of the Magnitsky Act is that it doesn't sanction the country. And so, and why is that beautiful? Because what that means is that a lot of people in China are victims of the regime as well. And so you end up in a situation where instead of sanctioning the perpetrators, you're sanctioning the victims. I don't think that Canada has a beef with the Chinese people. Canada has a beef with and the world has a beef with the organizers of this genocide, which is the Chinese government. Now, the other elegance of the Magnitsky Act is that if anyone were to suggest right now that the world should cut off business relations and diplomatic relations with China over this issue, everyone would say, well, that's totally unrealistic. That's never going to happen. China is too important a business player, too important a financial player, and too important a diplomatic player. And so what's so elegant about the Magnitsky Act is it allows the Canadian government, the US government, other governments, the British government, to create real punishments for people who are doing real abuses, and at the same time being realistic that we're not just going to cut off full trade with China. We're not going to cut off diplomatic relations with China. And so this is what I would describe as a powerful intermediate step. It doesn't in any way come to the level of genocide. And by the way, I should point out that we don't have to prove genocide to do Magnitsky. That's not necessary. You can do Magnitsky because of human rights abuse. Human rights abuses are clearly defined, whether genocide is defined or not, which I think it is. But just to be clear, and so you have a situation where it's already the people who are doing this have already met the threshold. You can do this. It's politically possible, and you don't have to do it alone. You can do it with the British. You can do it with the United States. And you can do it as a way of making clear that this is not acceptable and the situation will be escalated going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mendez, do you have anything to add to that?
We have lost Mr. Mendez at the moment.
Oh, okay. Well, and I guess when he comes back, I have another question for him. Hopefully I'll get another opportunity for that. Dr. or Ms. Alviva, I hope I've pronounced that right, Alexieva. You spoke a little bit about the radicalization of the Uyghur activists in Xinjiang. Could you speak a little further about a little further about that, please?
Oui, tout à fait.
Yes, sure. It's true that some of the Uyghur combatants or some people are fighting against the repressive measures. Some are part of terrorist organizations. Some of these organizations are recognized as being terrorist organizations by various governments, including the Canadian government. The problem is that China represents them. Well, how can I say this? They say that all of these groups or all people who are against the repressive measures are terrorists. When we look at the number of Uyghur people arrested after ISIS was dismantled, well, there were dozens of people, not hundreds. There's a part or some young people who are being radicalized. They don't have any other outlets, no other way to express themselves. There's no happiness in their lives. They have nowhere to go, nothing they can do. And that means that it makes recruitment easier by international jihad groups or others. But I want to remind you that these are very, very small groups. We cannot say that even among all of these, between or among the various Uyghur groups, they're all terrorists. It's not true. They're minority.
Sorry.
Well, very quickly, I'll just really, I'll ask Ms. Kanji and Ms. Alexieva, do you feel that knowing, we know, of course, that the Chinese government has an anti-Muslim or an Islamophobic sentiment. Do you feel that an anti-Islam sentiment has made it much more difficult for other countries to intervene in this particular instance?
In about 30 seconds.
Yes, certainly. And China has been using the argument that countries like the United States are extremely hypocritical in commenting on China's Islamophobic policies, given policies like the Muslim ban. But even beyond the question of hypocrisy, we know that war on terror practices, for example, the representation of growing a beard or wearing a veil as signs of extremism or radicalization, originally promulgated in counter-radicalization programs by countries like the United States, have served to legitimize China's viralization and extreme extrapolation of this idea to represent or to now ban growing beards or wearing hijabs and things like de-extremism regulations. And so it's vital that we also address the Islamophobia very much present in war on terror practices.
Thank you, Ms. Kanji.
But that is not to excuse what China's
We're going to move into
policies
our second round of questions, and we'll move to Ms. Khalid for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your very compelling testimony. I just want to pick up on some of the discussions that we've had today as well as yesterday. Now, Ms. Kanji, I just want to pick up on some things that you've said with respect to what is happening in China currently. What is the reaction of the other minorities or mainstream Chinese population in China, given or what is their reaction to what is happening in the Xinjiang province?
There are certainly strong alliances to be drawn between the different experiences of minoritized communities that have been subjugated and suppressed by the Chinese regime. For example, when it comes to Tibet, the Communist Party official responsible for implementing the extremely repressive police state in Xinjiang had previously tested out those measures in the extreme repression of Tibet, which incidentally is also referred to as an autonomous region. And yet we see the irony that it is precisely these regions which are labeled autonomous, which have the very possibility of any kind of autonomy and exercise of freedom that is stripped away from them. And so when we look at the situation in Xinjiang, I think we also have to appreciate that it is not only Muslims and Uyghurs that are being targeted in this way, rather it is they are at the front lines and the sharpest edge of a far broader project of repression. We know that many of the surveillance techniques that have been pioneered in Xinjiang are now being exported to other areas of China as well, including in the response to the coronavirus pandemic. And so there are certainly many alliances and solidarities to be drawn between the experiences of different minoritized and repressed groups in China with the plight of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang.
Thank you. Is Mr. Mendez back on? Yes. Mr. Mendez and perhaps Mr. Browder as well, we've spoken a lot over these past couple of days about the necessity to stop forced labor, and especially in a country like Canada. Now, Canada has set up a Canadian ombudsperson for responsible enterprise, which is work that this committee has really focused on in the past number of years. And I wonder, in what way could we use this ombudsperson to have stronger policies with respect to forced labor coming out of human rights abuses like that in China?
Please unmute, Mr. Mendez. I think you are on mute.
If I can address that first. On the ombudsman, as you know, there's been a controversy about whether or not it has sufficient tools to be able to carry out what some of the NGOs and others wanted it to do. So I don't think it's the right mechanism. I think what is the right mechanism is a law that's just come into force on July the 1st, 2020, under the U.S.-Mexico Canada trade agreement, which now says that importation of forced labor products should be prohibited, either in whole or in part. Now, how do we do that? There was a bill, Bill S-2211, which was being put forward by John McKay, one of your colleagues, and a senator, which would require mandatory reporting on whether or not companies have taken all due diligence in making sure that it doesn't bring in products based on modern slavery or forced labor. Some have said that's not going far enough. My actual recommendations to this committee, in either the full committee, is to focus on what other countries like France is doing, which I think is the most effective, which is requiring a law of due diligence, which forces companies in advance to show that they are not involved in modern slavery or forced labor, and require the senior officials of these companies to state in advance that they have checked to make sure that there are no products coming in of forced labor, and there are penalties if they fail to do so. So I think one should look to Europe, the France for sure, to think about how do we go further than what we have already. I'm not sure that the Ombudsman is a sufficient mechanism for that.
To Mr. Genyas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and so many themes to draw on here. One point I'm taking away from the testimony of Mr. Browder and Ms. Kanji is that it seems in international human rights work, we've identified these mechanisms like Magnitsky Act, and doctrines like responsibility to protect, but all of these mechanisms require executive action. And what's been lacking in many of these cases, it's not the tools being available, but it's a failure of executive action. And I'm wondering if we need to develop these doctrines a little bit by compelling executives more effectively to act in cases like this, introducing maybe automatic triggers that require executives to impose Magnitsky sanctions, to recognize genocide, to uphold their obligations when they happen. And I'm thinking, even, it hasn't been mentioned, but in the U.S., the imposition of sanctions came about as a result of not the executive acting on their own, but legislative action through the Uyghur Policy Act, which required the Trump administration to respond. So I'd be curious to hear from Ms. Kanji and Mr. Browder about whether they think we need to move beyond just giving tools to the executive to actually compel executive action in cases where there is clear evidence of genocide or gross violations of human rights. So maybe Mr. Browder first, and then Ms. Kanji.
Let me go first. I'll go first. It's an excellent question and a real issue, which is in our campaign, in our Magnitsky Justice campaign, we always said to ourselves, getting the law passed is only 50% of the work, and then the other 50% is actually getting it implemented. And we found an interesting tool to use in the US because we knew this was going to happen. And there is something in the US legislation called the congressional trigger. And the congressional trigger, nothing forces the US government to sanction anybody. They can't be forced. But the congressional trigger does something very interesting. If the chairman and ranking member of one of 6 committees, the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Intelligence Committee, et cetera, propose a name to the US government, then the US government has 120 days to respond, yes, we have sanctioned that person under the Magnitsky Act, or no, we haven't, and here's why. And it's as close as we could get to something where the legislature forces the executive without taking away the
Browder, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second
executive.
and ask you to stop just for a second. Just it's due to interpretation. What are we looking for, clerk? It's a sound issue, or is it speed? The quality of your sound. So I don't know if speaking a little slower will help. Interpreter?
I'm actually just going to rush you because
We'll give you the time. We'll add.
Okay.
We'll make sure you get your time. Mr. Genius. What is
So
if we could hear from the interpreter?
At this point, I believe it's a connectivity issue.
Oh.
I don't believe that improvements can necessarily be made.
So.
Can I carry on?
I think we're limited because
we will need unanimous consent to continue. I think I see everybody in agreement. Okay, well, thank you. So we will continue.
Okay. Mr. Browder, though, just for my just because of time, if you could just tell us, basically, it sounds like you're recommending a congressional a mechanism like a congressional trigger for our own legislative framework. Is that correct?
I would recommend that you, if possible, you come up with an amendment to the Magnitsky Act, which requires either a trigger or some type of compelled reporting to Parliament, which gives you more oversight over why sanctions have been applied or have not been applied, and holds the government's feet to the fire.
Thank you. And Ms. Kanji, if you could speak to that in the context of responsibility to protect and the obligations of states under the Genocide Convention, what do you think about the idea of stronger mechanisms to compel executives, things like automatic triggers or reporting requirements?
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to the obligation to prevent genocide, which exists as a treaty obligation for all signatories to the Genocide Convention, even separate from the responsibility to protect. When it comes to the responsibility to prevent genocide, that responsibility is triggered for all states when the objective conditions of a serious risk for genocide occurring exist, as exists with the case of the Uyghurs, as exists with the case for the Rohingya. The obligation is one of taking due diligence. The international system recognizes, and the International Court of Justice recognizes, that not all states have equal power with respect to a situation to stop a genocide, but the responsibility on all states is to conduct due diligence to ensure that they are taking all measures that they can, all concrete measures that they can, to prevent a genocide and to stop a genocide that's in action. So that already exists as our obligations as the state of Canada under international law. And so if there is a way of translating that domestically, I agree with Mr. Browder that that would be good. We saw with the Rohingya genocide a lot of confusion about what the trigger was for the threshold for the duty to prevent genocide, and discussions about even after genocide had been the label of genocide had been applied, about whether this meant that now Canada's duty to prevent was triggered under the Genocide Convention. To be clear, as soon as the signs of serious risk occur, the duty to prevent is triggered. And I think that exists in the Uyghur case.
Thank you very much. That's a crucial point as soon as when the risk is present.
For 5 minutes.
Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aurais une question pour...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Ms. Alexieva. We know that during the Holocaust, the Nazis wanted to exterminate the Jews, but there are many other minorities that ended up in concentration camps. I want to draw a parallel here is what's happening in Xinjiang right now. Do we know if there are other minorities aside from the Uyghurs who are ending up in these camps? Yes, even in Xinjiang, within those camps, there are Huis, Cossacks, all the Muslim minorities living on Chinese territory. But before putting these centers in place in Xinjiang, the Chinese government tested these centers elsewhere. For example, in Tibet, there was a Buddhist camp, what were called at the time re-education schools, kind of like summer camps, where political opponents, Tibetan monks, and people who had expressed support for certain ideas online, they were sent to these camps. This pilot project was tested in 2014, 2015. And when they saw that they got results, the Chinese government decided to go bigger and created concentration and internment camps in Xinjiang. But other minorities are included, whether or not they're Muslim. Thank you very much. I have a question for Ms. Kanji. Yesterday, I read an open letter from the Consul General of China regarding Hong Kong and the security law, which impacts the Uyghurs as well. It was a letter published in La Presse, a newspaper in Quebec, and I found that troubling because I was afraid that I was thinking that it might change the perspective of Westerners. Have the Chinese officials published other articles in other Western papers?
Sorry, I'm not clear about the question. Have they published articles in other Western papers about what specifically?
Yes. To your knowledge, the Consul General of China published a letter in Canadian media, in a national newspaper, regarding the security law in Hong Kong, which also impacts the Uyghurs. And he was writing that it was a good law. Have you heard of other Chinese officials in the Western world starting to speak up in national media in Western countries? And does that mean that China is starting to feel pressure?
I'm not aware of that, but perhaps some of the other experts on this panel, including Professor Alexieva, might have more familiarity with that.
Perhaps we can open it up to Ms. Alexieva. It's true that there has been an increase of the diplomatic corps in China speaking out. For example, the ambassador in the UK or in China who are speaking up. They are more and more affirmative. And they counter the reaction, the public reaction, for example, what they're hearing from journalists. They are very clear. Since Xi Jinping came to power, China no longer wants to hear about other positions. And every time it's criticized on their position in Xinjiang, well, they keep saying, well, nobody's criticizing us. Even Muslim countries, for example, Turkey and Saudi Arabia, nobody's saying anything. We're not hearing any criticism from them. So you, the Western countries, I mean, why are you criticizing us? It has nothing to do with you. That's what they say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of the witnesses, and it's always good to see University of Ottawa professors on the panel. I do have a question, actually, first of all, for Ms. Kanji. You had mentioned in your testimony, and it was just very briefly mentioned, but if you could elaborate on the use of disease, in particular coronavirus, in the internment camps, if I understood you correctly. Is this something that is happening in a deliberate way? Is this, if you could just perhaps elaborate on that?
Also, again, because of the extreme secrecy and lack of access imposed on the region, it's difficult to know for sure, but there are reports from Uyghurs and advocates expressing great concern about the fact that even as China was closing many public institutions in order to prevent the spread of coronavirus, the concentration camps were not being closed and people were still being sent to labor camps where they were obviously at great risk of exposure to coronavirus, which at the very least indicates a great lack of concern for the protection of Uyghur life, and at worst, cynically indicates a use of the coronavirus pandemic in order to effect pre-existing goals of eradication.
Yes, thank you. Very alarming, in fact. I'd like to go to Dr. Mendez. You mentioned that what we need to do is a long-term strategy, working with traditional allies, maybe even expanded Five Eyes. When you talk about a long-term strategy on China, what exactly would that entail, and how would that involve multilateral partners?
Look at the ways in which you can get this seemingly the second most powerful superpower in the world now to act. You have to look at what it cares most about. And what China cares most about right now is its economic growth. Because a lot of the Communist Party promise to its people basically says that as long as we promise you economic growth, you abide by basically us being in power and we can do whatever we want. That's the compact that the Communist Party of China has made. Well, that also depends on the rest of the world agreeing to work with China on that economic growth, be it in the World Trade Organization, be it in terms of investments, be it in terms of business relationships, etc. That's where I think it is critical to have, if you like, not just the multilateral approach, but also to have at the private sector approach, some type of way in which you can work with other countries in their private sector areas to find out how one can cooperate to prevent forced labor, to prevent child labor, to prevent the type of situation in which they may become complicit in human rights abuses, such as, for example, providing surveillance technologies, etc., to further the human rights violations in those countries. And I think over time, that will be a much more persuasive impact on China than basically even making statements, etc. So I think it requires the democratic countries to work together. I think it does require political leadership, and that's why I was very encouraged when Vice President Biden said that one of his first objectives would be to organize a democratic summit to deal with these sort of issues. We should be right there, right now, saying to the potential next president of the United States, we're with you. We're going to work with you. We're going to help working with other democratic countries to see how we can put in place at the political level, at the governmental level, and at the private sector level, how we can work together. And hopefully we have champions like Bill Browder, who has the credibility to promote that in the United States, as I'm sure he would if he was asked to do so.
Yes, Mr. Browder, in just a very short time, did you want to comment on that as well?
Well, I think that there's such outrage right now in across the world about this whole story, and I'm speaking to you from the UK, where there's a similar outrage right now in the British Parliament about the Uyghur situation. I know I've been testifying in the Australian Parliament about Magnitsky Act, and there's a similar outrage about the Uyghur situation. And it seems that there seems to be a big appetite to do all this stuff together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving Mr. Zuberi for 5 minutes.
Merci pour tout le monde d'être ici.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is a question for the professor from the UQAM, Ms. Alexieva. You said that there were other minorities in the province of Xinjiang who are also targeted
by the programs of the government. Are they only targeted because they are within the region? And are we only speaking about them because they're a direct corollary of what's happening to the Uyghur people?
En fait, les Ouïghours,
Well, for the Uyghurs, are the ethnic majority in Xinjiang. Other groups such as the Kazakhs, the Kyrgyz, the Huis, well, are fewer in number, 1 or 2% of the population. That's all they represent in Xinjiang. That's why we're hearing less about them. But these issues were brought up by Kazakh activists and Kyrgyz activists. The problem is that the governments in these Central Asian countries cannot stand up to China. They can't openly criticize China because they're so dependent on their relationship with China. So we hear less about it, and I think that's unfortunate. The Uyghurs are more visible online. There are more of them. But it's not just the Uyghurs. It's all minorities and Muslim minorities in Xinjiang.
So you're saying that we're focusing on the Uyghur people, rightfully so, because there is a what many have said, witnesses who have come forth that there was a genocide, but we are not necessarily focusing on these much smaller groups, despite the fact it is the same program. Is that correct?
tout à fait.
Yes. But we could say the same things about other groups, for example, the minorities in Tibet, in the southwest, who are also being sent to re-education camps. But Tibet is in a different case.
What I'm trying to get at is that for Tibet, it's another focus, a separate program. While the individual who did enact the program within Tibet was pulled into the province of Xinjiang, from what I understand, to implement and reproduce the same program within that province. But the program within the province of Xinjiang is primarily focused on the Uyghur people. But these other minorities are, through ricochet, being pulled into that. That's what I'm trying to get to. Is that correct?
Oui et non.
Yes and no. The person who implemented those camps, who we want to enact the sanctions against, well, he was the head of the Communist Party in Tibet. So he took his experience that he had in Tibet and transposed them in Xinjiang. But the Uyghurs, so it's not just the Uyghurs living in Xinjiang, there's also the Hui, the Kyrgyz people, and the Kazakhs. We know that for China, the fight is against Muslim extremists. So for the Chinese, it's more of a religious issue than an ethnic issue. These people are finding themselves in these camps because of their religion, also their ethnicity, but that's secondary. So it's the religious aspect that is the biggest problem for Chinese authorities.
Oui.
That's right.
Your people are majority Muslim, and the other groups are also majority Muslim.
Exactly.
Being pulled in. So the same.
Tout à fait.
That's correct.
Ms. McPherson, you have 5 minutes for questions.
Sure. I'd like to start by asking just a few more questions of Mr. Mendez. I missed an opportunity previously to ask you a little bit more about private sector pressure and how we can utilize that tool. You spoke a little bit about the ombudsperson, the Canadian ombudsperson, not having the teeth, not having the ability to do the job that they need to do. This is something that's very close to my heart, something I've worked on for a number of years. Is it possible, in your opinion, that we could change that, the the scope of the ombudsman's role to make that more effective? And also, could we give could we look at further, what further legislation, I guess, would you like to have the Canadian government, Canadian parliamentarians consider as we go forward to make sure that we actually can, have good, strong anti-slavery legislation like you indicate France has? If you could speak a little bit to that, please.
Just on the ombuds, the criticisms that civil society has made, which you should think about, one is that it's primarily voluntarily, so it's not mandatory for the private sector to actually comply with what the ombudsman says. And secondly, it does not have the ability under the Inquiries Act to actually compel documentation, etc. So it lacks the sort of powers of investigation which could then allow the ombudsman to be seen as a powerful tool for companies to respect the rules on modern slavery, forced labor, child labor, etc. So my suggestion is to really look at what other countries have done, which has basically met with approval by people who actually live this on a daily basis. And so, for example, the French due diligence law, which requires companies in advance to make sure that its supply chains and produce document to show that its supply chains have looked into whether or not there are instances of child labor, forced labor, etc., and to sign off at the highest levels. And if they don't, there could be real consequences. In other words, it moves from just a voluntary position with the ability to investigate and potential consequences. So that's one thing. But allow me to answer the question which my computer crashed before I could answer it on the other question that you asked me. In terms of, it was a good devil's advocate question that you asked. So what could happen if the Chinese just ignore whatever we do and suggest? Here's where I want to make something clear. I spent 15 years of my professional life researching in China with all the top universities. I even met some of the people in the People's Supreme Court, etc. And the one thing that came away from that is that the Chinese government is not the Chinese people. The people that I met, including one woman, 5 foot tall, who basically did the same thing as the man with the 2 baskets stopping a tank. She did also. And she did it because she did not believe that her own people should be crushing the students at Tiananmen Square. So I think what we should be focusing on is what the government is doing. And I have tremendous affection for the people of China as a whole. And we should separate out that from what is happening with the Communist Party of China and indeed the present leadership of the Communist Party. When I first went to China in 1993, I felt completely free to speak my mind on human rights. And I actually met people from Xinjiang and from Tibet, etc., and was amazed at how free and open the conversation was, because at that time, Xiao Jinping was the president, and he basically allowed this to flower. So I think we should be focusing on the fact that this could be the predicament of the present leadership of the Communist Party of China and how the rest of the world deals with it. And that's why we need a level of sophistication much, much higher than just quoting, it's China which is the problem. It's not China which is the problem. It's not the people who are China which is the problem. It's the present leadership. And even within that leadership, there are grumbles that the idea of collective leadership has been tossed out, which Deng Xiaoping basically said should have happened in China. So we're playing chess on a very one level. What Canada has to do and what the rest of the democratic world has to do is to play chess on 3 or 4 levels, trying to figure out how do we deal with this level of aggression, which is not just in terms of Xinjiang. It's there in Hong Kong. It's there without 2 Michaels. It's there in the South China Seas. And potentially, and could be devastating for the whole world, it could also be there in Taiwan. So what I'm suggesting is that China and Canada plays a lot on different levels to deal with this situation.
Thank you very much.
And with the time left, we're gonna have a third round, and we're gonna allot 5 minutes per party. So we're gonna start with Ms. Khalid for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. If I can address Mr. Browder one more time, you spoke about being in the UK. Recently, the UK Foreign Minister expressed his profound concerns over what is happening to the Uyghur community in China. And in response, in a BBC interview, the ambassador for China had spoken out categorically denying that there were any concentration camps and that the Uyghur people are living freely and happily in China, and calling the video that we had spoken about in yesterday's testimony of Uyghur men being blindfolded and shaved and put on trains to be fake news. Now, the UK foreign minister did not go as far as calling this a genocide, and in fact said that they would contemplate sanctions on China, on the government of China, and so I ask, what can we do to compel more of a united or a more organized front? It seems that individual states are very fearful to take those actions against China, especially with the response of the Chinese representative being that if the UK does this, we will act in kind. So, Mr. Browder, if I can have your thoughts on that, please.
I watched that interview with the Chinese ambassador, and so did most people here in the UK, and we were all appalled by his responses and heartened by the tough interviewing techniques of that particular person who interviewed him, Andrew Marr. For what it's worth, there is a fever pitch inside the political establishment in every different party to do something about this Uyghur situation, and to do more than has been done so far. Dominic Raab, the foreign secretary, has not yet, I stress the word yet, announced Magnitsky sanctions. And I believe it would probably be easier to get him to do it if Canada were to do it in concert, to basically sanction the same 4 individuals, that the UK sanctioned the same individuals and Canada sanctioned the same 4 individuals that the US sanctioned just recently. I think that would be the way to go. I mean, my personal prediction is that the UK has just recently implemented the Magnitsky Act just 2 weeks ago. They sanctioned 25 individuals from Russia, roughly 20 from Saudi Arabia, and a few from Myanmar and North Korea. I would be surprised if, given the situation with China, given what's going on with Hong Kong, given the fact that the UK has just canceled the extradition treaty with Hong Kong, given the fact that UK has offered Hong Kong British national overseas residents with the opportunity to become citizens, it doesn't seem that great a step further to add those 4 people to the Magnitsky list and to kind of get this process started. I may be reading the tea leaves wrong. It's very, very foolhardy to make political predictions, but it just my sense of the mood right now here in the UK is that something will happen, and I would hope that and Dominic Raab, the foreign secretary, has indicated to me that he has been in touch with your foreign minister about Magnitsky in the past, and so I would hope that this would be something that they would be talking about together.
Thank you. Just under a minute. Wonderful. Mr. Browder, we also heard yesterday about other organized cooperations across the world that could potentially have a lot of impact. We heard about the OIC as a potential way of pressuring the government of China in fulfilling and to maintaining human rights within their country, especially with the Uyghur people. What do you have to say about that kind of pressure? And I also, like in these conversations that we've had, I think about, so we apply this pressure. China, what does China do? Let's say a genocide is declared. There's the international community comes forward. We put in the sanctions. What happens to the Uyghur people ultimately?
We're going to have to leave it there. Janius, 5 minutes. I apologize.
Sorry.
Yeah, Real fast for time here, so maybe a one-sentence answer first from Mr. Mendez. We've spoken about supply chains. Are you supportive of measures like the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the United States, which essentially create a reverse onus, which presume that goods coming out of East Turkestan involves slave labor unless proven otherwise? Would you be supportive of those kind of measures?
I would, and I would actually make a reference to the fact that now, under the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement, we should basically be following the U.S. if it's done that. Under the agreement, that we should be doing the same thing.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kanji, you've highlighted this sort of I guess, if you like, schizophrenic approach of the Chinese state towards Islam, where on the one hand they're involved in genocide domestically and supporting it abroad, seeking to eradicate Islam, but on the other hand they're pretending to extend a hand of friendship towards Muslim majority countries that have been very muted in their response. And this is part of the sort of state colonialism of the Chinese state that you referred to. So I guess two questions about that. First of all, what can we do to end support for Chinese state colonialism in Asia, perhaps withdrawing from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, not supporting the Belt and Road Initiative? Would appreciate your take on that. And then secondly, how can we work with Muslim majority countries more effectively to build partnerships to oppose Chinese state colonialism and to have a unified response to what's happening to Uyghurs?
So participation in the Belt and Road Initiative on Canada's part would be extremely fraught, given, as Professor Alexeva has described, the extreme investment in exerting control over Xinjiang precisely because of its geopolitical importance for the Belt and Road Initiative. There are other kinds of economic participation in Xinjiang that's also problematic on the part of the Canadian state. For example, if Canadian mining companies are investing in projects in Xinjiang, which is very rich in terms of resources, there are reports that, for example, Dynasty Gold is operating a mine in Xinjiang. And so these are all the kinds of projects on the part of Canadian corporations that need to be examined to ensure that Canadian entities are not themselves complicit in the colonial project in Xinjiang. When it comes to building stronger partnerships with the OIC and Muslim majority countries in addressing this issue, I think we have to understand that many Muslim countries are very economically beholden to China through the Belt and Road Initiative and other infrastructure development projects at this point. And so it is precisely these economic interests and economic entanglement that are preventing Muslim countries from taking any kind of strong stance, and in fact are actively whitewashing and supporting China's project with respect to the Uyghurs. And on the contrary, it is precisely because Canada doesn't have similar kinds of economic beholdenness to these types of Chinese projects that is what enables Canada to be a stronger voice.
Thank you very much. I'll transfer the rest of my time to Mr. Sweet.
Well, I think I just want to confirm what Ms. Kanji said, because I suspected that there was a distinct link between the persecution of the Muslim Uyghurs in East Turkestan, as well as the Rohingya Muslims in Burma, and you see a clear link there of in both cases CCP manipulation.
There are very strong connections between the genocide occurring against the Rohingya and what we are now moving to call a genocide against the Uyghurs. We know at an international level that China has been one of the strongest forces precluding strong Security Council action being taken with respect to the Rohingya situation, such that even after the International Court of Justice delivered a very strong provisional measures decision supporting the rights of the Rohingya, the Security Council was unable to even put forward a statement supporting implementation of these provisional measures because of the blocking role of China. China is also invested through the Belt and Road Initiative in projects in Rakhine State, which is where the Rohingya population and the genocide against them is occurring. And so China is also directly economically invested in the persecution of the Rohingya. And Chinese officials have also made comments linking the supposed threat of Uyghur terrorism to the supposed threat of Rohingya terrorism. And so discursively, we also see very strong connections in the way that narratives about the terrorist threat supposedly posed by extremely persecuted Muslim minorities who are far more the victims of extreme state violence than the propagators of violence. We see very strong connections in the way that these discourses are being deployed. Thanks.
No, thank you. 5 minutes to Mr. Brunel. Doucet.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to ask Mr. Mendes a question. Yesterday, we heard a little bit about this from a witness, but I'd like to hear what you have to say. The introduction of Chinese technology in North America and in Europe, could that compromise the capacity of activists to conduct their activities because it would expose them to problems from China?
Yes, I think that the introduction of Chinese technologies, like companies like Huawei, but not just Huawei. I mean, there are other major technology companies in the United States and others which has the potential to basically include national security, and that's why I think it'd be interesting to see once Canada decides on whether to not allow Huawei on its 5G, what the reaction will be. And that's something else that we have to factor into account in how do we deal with China, because no doubt there will be consequences if we do exclude them from the 5G. And that's where I think we should start the planning with our allies. Certainly, Britain is going through that right now, and it's likely to face consequences too. So will other countries. So that's why I think right now is the time to figure out how to work collectively with the democratic countries, how to counter this type of blackmail.
Très intéressant. Merci beaucoup.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Mr. Mendes. Now I have a question for Ms. Alexeva. The Uyghur population in Xinjiang is being oppressed by the Chinese government for it has been that way for decades, but it's just in the past few years that the international community has been paying attention. Could you explain to us why it took so long for the international community to start paying attention?
En fait, pendant de longues années,
Well, for many years in the 80s and the 90s, the Chinese government imposed a blackout on the Uyghur problems and Uyghurs' problems and what's happening in Xinjiang. And after September 11, 2001, when the international community started fighting Islamist terrorism on an international scale, China did something quite clever. It inserted what its measures. It said that its efforts in Xinjiang were part of the anti-terrorism efforts to kind of provide cover. It seems that it's very it seemed that it was very difficult to leave China. People's passports were confiscated. The internet wasn't at the level it is now, so we knew very little about what was happening. So the international community focused on this anti-terrorism, Islamist terrorism effort and missed what happened. We also were much more focused on the human rights violations in Tibet. So that meant that what was happening in Xinjiang got a lot more media attention. The breadth of the problem was also not the same as today. So today, we are seeing that there's a lot more interest. We are the very proof of that here at the subcommittee. How are officials reacting to the fact that right now there's a lot more attention being paid to what's happening in Xinjiang? Well, China denies that there's any repression happening. They always say the same thing, that they're fighting terrorism. And every time they tell us, well, you're doing the same thing in your own countries. In the U.S., you adopted the Patriot Act. We also changed our legislation. So don't criticize us on that. Every time it's criticized, China references legislation in other countries that it believes is similar to build this case. Thank you very much.
Pearson for 5 minutes. You'll be our final questioner of this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a bit of a question. Thank you very much to all of the witnesses. This has been very interesting. I really do appreciate the sort of propositional nature of our conversation today. But I wanted to just touch on something that we heard from yesterday. So yesterday we had some very harrowing testimony from some of our witnesses on the use of sexual violence and rape within the territory. And I'm just wondering if perhaps I could get Ms. Alexieva to comment on that and share any information you may have on that particular topic.
Je connais l'existence.
I know that these things are happening, but I never met or interviewed anybody who went through those violent acts. But once again, I want to remind you that this isn't anything new. This kind of violence existed before. It was used against other minorities, not just the Uyghurs, very long ago. But now the scope of it makes it that we just can't ignore the problem. Perhaps Ms. Kanji would have more information on this.
Ms. Kanji?
When it comes to sexual violence against Uyghur women, we know that there are government programs to, for example, have Han Chinese officials live in the houses of Uyghur people in Xinjiang and even sleep in the bedrooms of Muslim women whose husbands have been detained in the concentration camps. There's also a great push for intermarriage between Han Chinese men and Uyghur women. Since the jurisprudence of the International Criminal Tribunal on Rwanda, sexual violence and rape have been recognized as genocidal acts. And I think when we see these very deliberate efforts to transform the Uyghur population towards a Han Chinese one, both through the deliberate immigration of settlers to Xinjiang, as well as these biological efforts at population engineering, that also is a very strong signal of the type of genocidal intent that is described in the Genocide Convention.
And can I ask, in terms of intermarriage, in terms of some of this sexual violence that's perpetrated in this area, with regards to, I guess, the suppression of women's reproductive rights, does that still apply to these intermarriages, or is there a different reality for that? Ms. Kanji?
So the information that we have about the sterilization campaign is very new. It's based on official documents, and there's also still a great deal that we don't know. As I've said, a lot of what is happening in Xinjiang is subject to a deal of secrecy. So the information that we do have about the sterilization campaigns indicate that they are applied particularly to areas in Xinjiang where Uyghur women are living, and that areas with more Han populations aren't subject to the same types of measures. But when it comes specifically to these practices of intermarriage, I don't know that we have information about whether the sterilization campaigns are being imposed in the same way. But perhaps Professor Alexieva has more information on this.
Okay. Pardon.
Sorry about that. As Ms. Kanji stated, this is information that is new to us. It's not something we know a lot about. The sterilization campaign has been in place since the 80s, since the birth control measures were put in place. They were, for example, put in place in Tibet and in Xinjiang, despite everything that the official Chinese government is saying. It always said that the minority groups were not being targeted, but the reality is very different. The sterilization campaigns have existed for decades as well.
This concludes our first panel of witnesses. We want to, on behalf of the entire committee, we want to thank you for your testimony, thank you for your insight, and thank you for your advocacy. At this time, we are going to suspend for the next 15 minutes or so. Welcome back, everybody. We have our second panel of witnesses with us. And just want to say that we've had some really amazing, tremendous witnesses that have come forward over the last day and a half. And I know this is going to be the same with our next witnesses, which are going to give us their own personal stories and accounts of what they have seen and heard and learned. And to be able to do that, both of our next witnesses are Uyghur speaking and do not speak English. We do have a Uyghur interpreter, Kayum Masimov, is with us here today in person. Of course, our witnesses are via video conference. And we have with us Omorbek Ali, a Uyghur rights activist. And we have Ms. Gulbahar Jelilova, a Uyghur rights activist also. And just before they get started, we also want to say with consecutive Uyghur interpretation, it's going to take a little bit longer. Translation is consecutive because the interpreter availability and technology considerations. There needs to be 6 booths for consecutive third language. And because of physical distancing, it's only possible to have 4 booths. So when asking your questions, please pause to allow for interpretation time. So now we're going to give an opportunity for Mr. Masimov to be able to interpret that in Uyghur.
Hoş geldinizler. Bugünkü mən qısqala məzmununu dəp verdim. Bizning Rəyasətçi əpəndimiz sizni tanıştırdı. Omorbek Ali ve Gulbahar Jelilova özünün ötmüşünü şu lagerdə qamoqxanada ko'rgan təcrübəni anlagan gaplarını eshitib siz bugünkü şu yığınımızda biz bilan paylaşırsınız. Biz şu paketdan nihoyatda mamnun bo'ldik. Qisqalar şu mazmunda sizni tanıştırıb o'tyapti efendim. Shunga qolganligimi tarjima ish bo'lganligi uchun vaqt ko'p ketganligi uchun savollaringizni qisqa bersangiz va to'xtab gap qilsangiz tarjima orqangizdan gaplaringizni tarjima qilishga vaqt fursati bo'lishi uchun o'shaqa vaqtni tejashga sizni so'rayapman deb sizni tanishtirib qisqalar.
Thank you, Mr. Masimov. And also, if you can let our witnesses know that this study is now being televised via the House of Commons website.
Yenilar bugünkü yığın to'g'ridan-to'g'ri bevosita kanallarda yayınlanıyotir, tarqalyapti. Sirtdagi insonlar, odamlarni sizdan to'g'ridan-to'g'ri izlab ko'rishga fursatlari bor.
Okay, so we're going to start with the opening statement from Omorbek Ali.
Omorbek Ali efendimiz, siz gapingizni boshlasangiz bo'ldi. Marhamat.
And we'll have approximately 6 minutes, but we'll accommodate.
Taxminan 6 minut vaqtimiz bor. Shundoq bo'lsa-mu, biz imkon bor sizga ko'proq vaqt berishga harakat qilamiz.
And that does not include the consecutive interpretation time.
Ya'ni sizning orqangizdan tarjima qiladigan vaqt uning ichiga kirmaydi. Marhamat.
Okay. Ben hazır Gollandiyada turib sizlarga bu suhbat deb beryapman.
My greetings. I am in Holland right now.
Mening ismim Omorbek Ali.
My name is Omorbek Ali.
1976-yil 30-aprel Turpan viloyat Pichan nahiya Dag'ariyasida dunyoga kelgan.
I was born on April 30th, 1976 in Digar County of Turpan City.
Ali texnikum saviyasiga ega.
I've got a degree from the High Technical College.
Ben maktabni bitirib 2006-yilgacha Qaramayda xizmatda bo'lgan, ammo Qaramayddagi xizmat, maosh taqsimotidagi tengsizlik hamda normal bir Uyg'urcha va musulmoncha yashash hayotimiz daxil tarzga uchirgan, milliy kamsitilgan, dinimiz, e'tiqodimiz qattiq to'salg'i qilishi, hadislar oyda yoki haftada bekardan opirib saqchi darsida tutib so'roq qilishi, telefonlarimizni, uylarimizni hadislar to'xtamay qonunsiz tekshirishlari o'sha sabablardan 2006-yil Qozog'istonga ko'chib ketishga majbur bo'lgan.
So I was employed in Karamay city until 2006, and while employed I was subjected to wage discrimination. I was not able to live the normal life without sinning in disaccord to my religious Muslim beliefs. Because of my ethnic background, religious beliefs, I was constantly taken into custody and interrogated by police every month, and even on a weekly basis. My house was repeatedly searched by police, and I was not even able to get out to the street as my ID was blacklisted. Because of all these barriers in my life to continue living in a dignified manner, I was forced to emigrate to Kazakhstan.
2006dan 2014 yılgacha men Qozog'istonda karavot buyumlar tijoratida shug'ullandim. Pastenni biliyor. Tekstil sho'g'lisida shug'ullandim. 2017-yili Tomar Trans sayyohat shirkatida muavin direktor, ham sayyohat yetakchisi, ham Xitoy ishlariga mas'ul tarjimon bo'lib xizmat qildim.
So up to 2014, I was involved in textile commerce, and then I moved to furniture commerce. And up to 2017, I was employed at Tomar Trans Voyage Agency as its deputy director, as a tourist guide, and a Chinese language interpreter, all at the same time.
2017-yili Expo Astana munosabati bilan Xitoy tarafining taklifiga binoan Urumchiga yig'inga bordik. 25-Navruz yig'inni oxirlashtirib, kech soat 11larda ota-onamning uyiga keldim. Sahar soat 10da 5 soatcha qilib hech qanday bir qo'lg'ash rasmiyatlari yo'q holatda majbur holda qo'lga oldi.
In 2017, there was an Expo Astana exhibition, and as per invitation by Chinese side, I have traveled to Urumqi. Once our business meetings were conducted and were over, I went to see my parents on March 25th, around 11 p.m. evening time. At 10 a.m. in the morning, 5 policemen came to forcefully detain me, although they had no warrant for such arrest on them. Afterwards, they brought me... Yeah.
Bütün pasport, meniki pul, dunyolarning hamma narsani musodir qilib olgandan keyin 546 kaydirilib, noma'lum bir doktorxonaga elib berilib, bütün organlarimni, hatto belgimni qonilish, DNA tekshirish, ko'z qarchig'i, teri, butkul a'zolarimni eng yoshirin holatda, 546 olmagan holatda tekshirish olib bordi.
They brought me in a police station where they took away all my cash, my passport, all IDs, and from there they took me to another place which resembled to a hospital. There I was subjected to a very close examination of my skin, kidney, liver, urine. So they were, yeah. Devam eting.
Xuddi meni tirik so'ydigan holatda shunday tekshirishlar yapilganda eng oxirida meni ko'z qarchig'imni tekshirdigan vaqtida mening beshimda qarqalt ilinib, bu ahvolni ko'rgandan keyin men ta hozirga qadar axlat insonlarni ko'rsam, doktorlarni ko'rsam bir xil badanim jug'iltab titraydi. Hozir qo'rqinish his qilaman.
So all this time I was put a black hood on my head. I was not able to see anyone. I became very afraid even now, and then at that time they removed my black hood and they start examining my iris, my eyes. I became very afraid, and I got an impression that I will be killed alive, seeing this kind of close examination, that I will be slaughtered alive. And I became very afraid, and then even now when I see medical white gowns, I am afraid, and that is why I don't go any hospitals for any reason.
Meni shu kuni kechida 26-Navruz kechida 30 necha odam bir kameraga qolmadi. Hammamizning putida kishan. Bizga bir vaqtda beradigan tamoqqa bir tal hornan, bir tal suyuq umash, tushdimi shunda bir tal hornan yoki baklajan suyi, kashda ham shunda bir guruch suyi, bir tal hornan berdi. Bu hornanni yeyish oldida cho'qim biz 3 qitim eng azida 3 yoki 2 qizil naqsh etishimiz kerak. Meygonchanda meyoshinga, shexurjuyiga, qatorliq Natışkıl Uşin Xonshi Pyongyang deganda mushlar naqshlarni erishib majbur bo'lamiz. Hamda tamoq kelgandan keyin cho'qim gan zugo gan shujushi joyan shi jangang joyan zugo farin fuchang joyan changorimi tanja xashi deb to'lib mushlar majbur mushlar bir ikki qatim demasdan tamoq yeyish mumkin emas.
The same evening I was taken to the county prison. There were about 30 or so men detained like me. We were given to eat one small steamed bun, a watery soup for breakfast. After the lunch, for lunch, we were given a boiled vegetable resembling an eggplant, and again a small steamed bun. Same was given for evening supper. To get that food, we had to sing 3 red songs before the meal and after finishing the meal. And these songs were about Communist Party and Xi Jinping. And here it goes in Chinese. Thanks are given to CCP, to the motherland, to the President Xi, wishing President Xi good health, wishing the motherland prosperity and strength, wishing unity and harmony to the people of our country. Okay.
4-nji ayning 3-nji kuni, aprelning 3-nji kuni meni Pichandan Qaramaga o'tkab, yerasti saqchi uyga akirib, 4 kecha kunduz har xil tok kaltaklar, sim qamchilar, yingna, rezinka kaltaklar, amburlar ish qilib, har xil eng vahshiy usulda odamni qiynash asboblar orqali meni asla qilib bir jinoyatlarni bo'yniga ilishga majburlandim. Ya'ni Weixai Guoja Anchuanzi davlat bexatarlik zankash qilish, terrorlik tashviqot qilish, terrorchilarni tashkillash, terrorchilarni qanot ostiga ilish qatorliq mushunday qilmishlarni meni qo'l qo'yish, mushunday jinoyatlarni beshimga keltirib qo'l qo'yishga majburladi.
On April 3rd, I was taken to another basement of the prison in Karamai City, police headquarters. There I was subjected to the very cruel tortures. I was electrocuted, I was hanged up, I was whipped by wires, needles were inserted, I was beaten by ribbon batons, and a plier was used on me. Under all these savage torture tools, I was forced to confess to the crimes I have never committed. Here, from here it goes in Chinese. The accusations were crimes against national security, inciting, organizing, and covering up for terrorist activities. They were even telling me you were trying to build a terrorist organization, or you took terrorists under your wing, patronage. Accusations were brought up against me. Okay.
Men bu jinoyatlarni bo'ynimga oldirishga majburlagan vaqtida qo'l qo'yishga meni nima ishga bunga majburlaysizlar desam, sen Uyg'urmi, Qozoqmi, sen musulmonmi, sen mushunaqa bo'ladi ekansa, chuqur bu jinoyatlarni sen terroristsan, buning qo'l qo'yishing kerak deb uni majburladim, ammo men qat'iy rad qildim.
So I was categorically refused signing these documents. I was insisting on my innocence. When I was asking them why I am forced to confess to the crimes I did not do, why are you torturing me? I am an innocent man. When they were replying to me, are you Kazakh? Are you a Muslim? Are you Uyghur? Then there is no difference. You're all terrorists. And they were forcing me to sign documents. And I was resisting to sign these papers. Xo'sh.
Bu yerda men o'ylab bilayotgan har bir kamerada eng ozida 35 dan 40 kishi insonlar bor. Biz yotgan bir qatorda o'tirdi zal, bir qatorda 17 ta, bu qatorda 17 ta. Mana shunday hisoblagan vaqtida 5 qator bor, 5000 dan 6000 odam shu bir nimada, ya'ni atalmış tarbiyash agarga chiqishdan burungi jismoniy tarafdan va ruhoniy tarafdan qattiq azoblaydigan holatda ve kirgan her bir men bilan qator her bir inson tutuğa kishilar bog'lanib 5 kilogrammlik. Ba'zilarimizning putur karavatlarga bog'langan holatda, shunda holatda 4 oy shu boshni ko'chirdik. Undan keyin hammamizning qo'lidagi qutidagi kishilarni qo'l va chetilgan zanjirlarga almashtirildi. Uning salmog'i taxminan 7 kilogramm atrofida.
Along with me, there were other detainees. In one cell, we were about 37 to 40 people. In one hallway, there were 17 cells. On each side, 34 wings with 4 more buildings like this. Anyone who been detained in these places, they were forced to confess to such crimes, which they did not commit. They were all subjected to torture. Psychologically, it was very demanding, and no person would have come out in good health after seeing such education. Yes.
Ben bu turgan kameraga men atlanmış bir 6 kamera almış bo'lgan bo'lsam, sirtdan kirgan va ichidan boshqa yerda o'tkazilgan odamlarning deyishida Qarmay shahrida 500 ming kishilik bir shaharda 7 dana mana shunday odamlarni qiynaydigan shunday lagerlarning bo'lishi keyin 9 kilometr degan bir yerimiz bor Qarmayda, Danong deydigan. Shu yerda 10 ming kishilik bir kamplar silingan. Bu yerga kirgan har qanday bir inson eng dastlabda eng vahshiyona shunday qiyin qisqalarga uchrab, cho'qim shu terrorchi degan narsaga qo'l qo'yilib, majbur qiyin qisqalar chidamaganlar. Andan keyin atalmış mashina tarbiya markazlariga berib, uning ichida har haftada 5 dan 7 gacha insonlar izlariksiz g'oyib bo'lib turdi. Uning yoshlari o'ttirsa bilan 16 dan 40 yoshga bog'liq insonlar.
Okay, it was too fast. I would try to wrap up. So in the Karamay city, which is about 500 people population, there were 7 detentions like this. And in every detention center, there were 5,000 to 6,000 detainees. I was moved around, and the torture I was enduring, on top of what I was enduring, I was also shackled and handcuffs put on my hands, and shackles were locked, chain on my foot. So that kind of heavy metal was carried by me, weighing about 7 kilograms heavy metal on my body every time. Okay, efendim siz vaqtınız qisqa aldı.
Bu yerdan insonlarni saqlab chiqish asla mumkin emas. Yili psixologiya qarab bo'lib sarang bo'lib chiqadi va yoki organlari ilingan ba'zi benormal odamlar chiqish mumkin. Oxirida meni shu yerda 7 oy 10 kun ana shunday qiyin qisqalarda bo'lib, ya'ni uningdan qiyin bo'lgan atalmış kamplarga chiqdi. Kampaga chiqqanda mening his qilganimda u yerda insonlarniki texmi boshqa yerlarga izdirasiz yo'qaydigan holatga aktilib qolganligini odam har qanday bir normal odam his qila olmaydi buni.
So I spent 7 months and 10 days in such detention place. There is no way someone in good health will come out in a good condition after seeing this. It's just heartbreaking, and I have seen people disappearing, taken away, and this is the daily experience we've been living through.
Mr. Ali for being with us. You know, he's in Holland, and prior to joining us here, he has just come out of a 14-hour immigration meeting in Holland. So thank you. We now are going to move to Ms. Jelilova for her statement. Again, about approximately 6 minutes with interpretation that would double that time.
Okay. Gulbahar Hanım, endi sizden guvalınızı aldınız. İnşallah şu vaktinizi 6 minutlik vaktiniz var. Merhamet.
Ben düştüm rahmet onda köpçülük köp rahmet.
Ömer Bek efendim sizin vaktiniz rahmet. Köpten köp rahmet deyimiz. Golandiyadan qatnaşıp aytısınız. 14 saat nimeden jığından çıkıpsız. Sizden köpten köp rahmet. Minnetdarçılığını bildiratımız. He is leaving now. Yes, he's really he's thanking you all, Mr. Chair.
Going to be with us?
Biz bilen bo'lmamsiz, savol so'roqqa javob bermamsiz.
Tamam, kutayım da.
Okay, it's okay. He will wait. He will be with us.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, we really want to hear from him.
Sizin önümüzde hakikaten anlamakçı. Гульбахар Ханым, вы хотите продолжить говорить?
Здравствуйте. Я благодарю вас за предоставленное мне слово высказать свою трагедию своего уйгурского народа.
Thank you very much, and my greetings to you all. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to tell my tragic story and the tragedy of my people.
Конечно, я Гульбахар Джалилова, гражданка Казахстана.
My name is Gulbahar Jalilova. I am a citizen of Kazakhstan.
Мы все, мои предки, мы все родились в Казахстане.
All my ancestors, all my relatives, they were born in Kazakhstan.
Я мать 4 детей.
I am the mother of 4 children.
Конечно, время очень мало, но я расскажу.
We have very limited time frame, but I will try my best.
Я в 1996 году я заехала первый раз в до Туркестан, в Урумчи. Я занималась 20 лет бизнесом.
For 20 years, I've been conducting small-scale business in Urumqi. In 1996, I went for the first time to Urumqi, East Turkestan.
И в 2017 году, 22 мая, меня задержали утром полицейские с отеля Урумчи, отель Шию.
Okay, I was detained on May 22nd, 2017. I was actually kidnapped from the hotel where I was staying in Urumqi City, Hotel CU.
И с 8 часов 3 полицейские, 2 мужика и 1 женщина, меня забрали с отеля и начали допрос делать.
3 policemen and 2 policewomen took me away from the hotel and they started interrogating me.
С 8 часов до 11 они меня писали и потом сказали, поставь подпись. Я сказала, я уйгурский не учила, я учила русский, я китайский не понимаю, что вы писали. Дайте мне адвоката или сделайте перевод, я потом буду расписываться. Но они меня...
They were forcing me to sign documents. I was in the interrogation period from 8 o'clock till 11:30. And the documents which were given to me, I would not be able to understand. And I was asking them, I don't know Uyghur or I don't know Chinese. Please bring me a consular representative or interpreter to explain what is it I have to sign. Yes.
Вот они мне написали, что я Гульбагар Джилилова террорист, террористический акт совершал. Это в оригинале, это оригинал.
And then later on I learned that in original paper it was written, I am Gulbahar and I was committing terrorist acts.
И я не расписала, и они потом меня отвезли в лагерь.
And I didn't sign. I didn't sign, and I was taken away to another prison.
И как в лагерь третий, это называется Санкян, третья тюрьма.
It's the prison called the Sankan. It's the 3rd prison.
Они меня туда завели, начали раздевать и анализы брать.
So once I was entered inside, and they start immediately taking my blood samples, urine.
Догола раздели, смотрели, где операция, что есть, и одели свою желтую униформу.
Okay. I was stripped naked, and after that they gave me the yellow-colored uniform.
В тот же день меня надели кандалы.
On the same day, I was put on shackles.
5 килограмм.
Which were weighing 5 kilos.
Они брали в тот же день, они мне брали анализы мочи, я на беременность, я беременна или нет. Если беременная, там же делают выкидыш и сразу же опять же в лагерь.
So, and they were taking my urine samples to check whether I'm pregnant or not. If I was pregnant, then they would make an abortion on the spot, okay, or taking away to the prison.
Я 704-ю камеру меня завели. Она вот точно такая же. Я в интернете нашла. Одинаково. Вот такой это.
As you might see on the picture, there is a number of a cell. There's a picture of a cell. I was taken to the cell number 714. It's exactly the same cell I was put in.
А вот это вот стеклянный, это туалет. Туалет, мы все туда смотрим.
What you can see, it's a transparent toilet, and everyone can see what is inside.
В неделю один раз вот здесь дверь, и здесь немножко проем есть. Мы оттуда руку засовываем, нам неделю один раз две таблетки дают.
Okay.
Они сами воду дают. Пьем и вот показываем, что мы выпили.
Okay. Once a week we were given 2 pills to digest. There is a small window in the wall. And they would give us a cup of water and these 2 pills, and we have to swallow them and show them that it's been consumed.
И через 10 дней опять же нам говорят, вот здесь микрофон есть, говорят, все в строю стойте. Мы все вот здесь маленький коридорчик есть, мы здесь стоим, И опять же вот это окошко маленькое открывает, опять же руку засовываем, и через 10 дней они нам уколы делают.
Okay.
А какие мы не спрашиваем.
Every 10 days, we were given injections in our hands, and they would not tell what kind of medication is it. And then, sorry, yeah. Я что-то упустил. Okay, go ahead. Да, продолжайте.
И в течение месяца нам никакой гигиены нету, воды нету, мыться нечем. Мы белье не меняли. Мы, видите, вот здесь ни подушки, ни одеяла, ничего нету. Мы на это железо спим. Это железо тут.
Okay, so we would not take a shower for months, and we were forced to sleep on the metal bed, and there is no hygiene, there is no running water, and this is a like very bad situation, sanitary situation. Да, говорите,
в течение месяца у нас голова все вшивые стали. У меня у всех на теле, по всему телу вот эти болячки пошли. И нас потом на лысо побрили.
In 1 month, all detainees got fleas in their hair, and we were all shaven afterwards. We have had rashes and sores all over our bodies. We would not take shower for months. And yeah, да, продолжайте, пожалуйста.
И это все творится внутри. А еще есть, когда надо просто черный мешок одевают и вот на улицу забирают. Там есть 2 места, есть под землей там камеры, есть еще на улице, где камеры нету. И вот у них что задумает, они то и делают.
And we were given, sometimes we were taking away the 2 types of prison cells. One is underground with the cameras in it, and there is one outside where no cameras present. So detainees were taken away in the black hooded in black hoods, and the guardians would do anything they want to do to us.
На допросе вот здесь вот такой стул сидим, здесь вот на таком столе сидим.
So we would be seated in a chair like this.
Здесь вот говорят, подписывайся. У них одно только подпись, поставь подпись. Я говорю, если я не умею читать, почему я буду подпись ставить? Если я подпись ставлю, они на улице выводят. Меня лично на улице 24 часа сидела, здесь мне воды не дали. Потом я подпись не поставила, где камера есть. Потом на улицу меня вывели, где камеры нету. И начали мне электрошоком бить. Потом один полицейский пришел, штаны снял, и мне вот в рот говорит, если ты не будешь расписываться, вот я сейчас это. И вот так вот насиловали они.
Okay. They were insisting and requiring and asking again and again signed documents. I would say, why would I sign something I don't understand? What is it written there? They would keep insisting and insisting. And if I would not sign documents, they would take me to the prison. And they once took me away to the open air prison with no cameras. And I was seated forcefully into that chair for 24 hours without food or anything. And then I was still resisting, and they will be beating me and electrocuting me. And at the end, there was one guardian who came out, and he took his pants down, and he forced me to commit something like which I'm not going to tell. But this is what's happening. Да, продолжайте, пожалуйста.
И там есть, которые с допроса приходят, многие девочки не приходят, их убили, куда отвезли, не знаем, никто их не ищет. Есть, которые 24 часа или 48 часов зашли, у них ногти вот так вырывают, потом сюда иголки, 10 пальцев иголки ставят, и чтобы они расписывались. Издеваются так, как хотят, так издеваются.
I have witnessed some girls taken away for 24 hours, and they've been tortured, they've been put needles under their nails. They've been put needles on their cheeks, or some girls would disappear at all. We would never see them again.
Мне тоже смертную казнь дали. Вот сказали террористский акт, и они мне поддельные документы сделали, что я гражданка китаянка. Они поддельно сделали, чтобы меня консул не искал.
They even made fake IDs for me, claiming that I am a citizen of Chinese, so that my consular representative of my country would not seek after me. And they've been torturing me like this as well.
Я в лагере сидела, которые девочки ждали свою смертную казнь. Они там иголка делали, усыпляли их. Не стреляли, у них оказывается, а сейчас вот иголкой и усыпляли. Я с этими девчонками вместе сидела. Они ждали свой час, смертный час.
I spent time together with girls who've been put on death row. In fact, right now they don't shoot prisoners, but they make them fall asleep by injection. Это мы давайте закончим, сейчас время мало осталось.
Да, я вот этот потом мои дети мои говорили, что мы маме верим, она не террорист, она нет, и они начали писать вот эти письма. Вот это я сейчас первый раз показываю, это все в оригинале.
So the papers I'm showing, they are original, and these are letters written by children on my behalf, claiming that I am not a terrorist, and they are seeking to release me.
Вот два письма, это Путину писали, Россия.
So my children sent these letters to Putin.
Вот. И одно письмо, вот оно, вот это письмо ООН писали, дети мои.
And one letter written by my children to the United Nations.
Вот когда уже ООН написали, они меня потом потихоньку отпустили. Вот
After that, I think I was released because of these papers.
Они когда меня отпустили, неделю, я 20 килограмм похудела, мы там в темноте сидели.
I lost 20 kilos and I lost vision in my eyes.
Воздуха нету.
No air.
Солнца не видели. И неделю меня кормили, потом волосы у меня короткие были, белые. Они мне волосы покрасили, черные. Макияж сделали. И неделю меня хорошо кормили, чтобы витаминами и кушать давали. Потом они мне сказали, вот тебе виза, нормальный паспорт. Если ты будешь говорить, что здесь происходит, китайская рука очень длинная, куда бы ты ни пошла, мы тебя убьем. Так что ничего не говори. Я говорила, хорошо, роспись поставила, уехала. Но...
So I was released, and during 1 week I was fed, I was taken care, they made makeup, my hair was turned into white, and they dye my hairs into a different color. So all this, and they issued me visa, with normal visa, and they talked to me that I have to remain silent, that if you will start talking, we will reach to you, because the Chinese arms, we have long arms, and we will reach you and kill you anywhere in the world.
Thank you, Ms. Jalilova, Mr. Ali, for your personal accounts, for the courage that you've demonstrated. And I know the members are looking forward to asking you questions. With that, we are going to start with Mr. Genius for 7 minutes. Mr. Sweet, I apologize. Mr. Sweet for 7 minutes.
Efendim 7 minutluk sual berdi, so vaqti bor. Az mushu milletvekili Sweet efendim sizden sorak sual soraydı.
Thank you too.
Merci beaucoup.
And I want to be careful asking you questions because I certainly don't want to cause you any more pain than you've already endured.
İkkinizga köpten köp rahmet. Men sual berganda diqqat qilib savolni beraman. Sizning ikkinizning hissiyotlarini zarar keltirmaslik uchun.
Mr. Ali, do you still have family in East Turkestan?
Ömerbek efendim, sizin aileniz Şarkı Türkistan'da aile azanız var mı? Aile adamları var mı? Aileden adam var mı? Alo? Anlamadık, avaz gelmedi.
Sorry.
Sualımı anladınız mı? Alo.
Berişke.
Avazımı anladınız mı?
Anladım.
Okay.
Anladım. Atam 2019 ayının 18'i kampada öldürüldü. Kalan anam 5 kardeşim Şarkı Türkistan vatandaşı.
My dad was killed in concentration camp in 2019. I had a mother and other siblings, brothers, still remaining in East Turkestan.
And those family, have they been threatened now that you have spoken out about your treatment?
guvohlik berishdan keyin bu oila tabobatlari, oila a'zolari tahdid har qanday bir tahdidga duch keldimi, uchradimi?
O adet normal ahval, o tehdit degan adet narsa, onun jismani tarafdan azaplanadi ular har vaqt.
The verbal threats are very normal practice, routine. They also been subjected to physical abuse, physical, action.
And Mr. Ali, how did you eventually escape from those who were torturing you? Were you released like Miss Jalalova, or did you have to make your way by stealth to get away from them?
Siz shu turmadan chiqib ketish jarayonida debasınız, madam Jalilova xonim efendim o'xshashlar chiqib ketdingizmi yo boshqa yo'lda chiqib ketdingizmi? Qanday qilib siz turmadan ozod bo'ldingiz?
Birinchisi mening Qozog'iston vatandoshi bo'lganligim, ikkinchisi meniki ayolim Qozog'istonda Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'da siyasi panalık tilash bosqichida turayotgan bir ayol. Uyg'ur bo'lganligi uchun 11 yil Qozog'istonda yashab, bir panalıkka erishamagan. Shu sababdan u 10 ga borgan, undan boshqa axborot vositalarga tayangan. Mana bu narsalar orqali, shuning orqasida bu konsulxonadan odamni izlab berishi, ham bu ayolimdagi axborotlarga chiqishi sababidan nazarda saqlanma chiqardim. Eng qo'rqadigan narsa o'zining aktivlashtirishi oshkorlanib ketishi.
Okay, the number of factors. Number one is that I have a dual citizenship with Kazakhstan. Number two, my wife, she was a UNHCR asylum claimer residing in Kazakhstan for 11 years. And while in this process waiting asylum hearings by UNHCR office in Kazakhstan, she was also active on media demanding my release. I believe these factors contributed to my release from Chinese prison.
Thank you. That's all I have. May both of you be blessed by Allah, and my colleague will take over the rest of the time.
Allah sizga quvvat bersin. Mendan bo'lgan savollar shunchalik. Ko'pdan ko'p rahmat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses, and I just echo all the comments of my colleague. One of the issues that we're talking about at this committee is supply chains, companies that are involved in benefiting from slave labor in East Turkestan. I wonder if either of you could shed any light on, from your observations, companies, brands, industries that are operating, were operating in East Turkestan, and that and any guidance for us on addressing that issue of trying to respond to the involvement of companies in this oppression.
Siz ikki guvohga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat. Bizni shu ko'p andisha qilgan bir masala bor. Shu Uyg'urlarni shu qo'la, ya'ni bir zo'rlab ishlatish masalasida, tijorat masalasida Xitoydan kelayotgan mal, shu ko'plari shu Sharqiy Turkistonda ishlab chiqarilgan mallarning ko'pi shu Uyg'ur qamoqxonada yotgan Uyg'urlar Uyg'urlar tarafidan ishlatib chiqilyapti. Shu masalada balkim sizning bir ma'lumotingiz bormi, yo biz deydigan gapingiz bormi? Shunaqa zo'rlab ishlab chiqarilgan mal, Xitoydagi mal Uyg'ur tarafidan, shu tarafdan, shu nuqtai nazardan bizga bir ma'lumot bersangiz mumkinchilik bo'lsa.
Okay, men bu to'g'ri bir ikki gap qilsam.
Okay, I will try to say a few words on this topic.
Men Qaramayda 8 oy yotdim. Qaramayda 90% odamlarning hammasi xizmatchi, millioner savdogar, advokat, muallim, neft ishchilari. U yerda ularning hech qanday bir ishga o'rnashtirishiga va yoki tarbiyalashiga va yoki til o'tishiga ehtiyoj yo'q insonlar edi. Qaramay shahridagi misol, shaxsan bir shahardagi insonlarni misol aytyapman.
I would talk on my personal experience. I was detained in Karamay city for 8 months, and 90% of those detainees are bureaucrats, professors, teachers, or those who are involved in the oil producing industry. Okay, gap qiling.
Mana shundoq shaharlardagi insonlar turayotgan holatimi bular butkul xalqaroga o'zlarining atalmish o'lim lagerlaridagi sirlar kundan kunga oshkorlanib ketayotganligi sababidan shu yerga so'lagan insonlarniki bosqichma-bosqich bo'lib yo'qotish uchun bu hozircha menimcha 20-30% insonni mana shu emgaklar olashtiramizda ishga o'tkazish orqali aniq ma'lumot yo'q. Zodi qancha inson shu ishga o'tkaldi. Zodi qanchalik inson shu yerga qaytib kelyotdi. Qanday holatda ishlayotdi. Bu bir ko'rinish, bu xalqaro aldaydigan qilinayotgan bir ko'rinishlar bu. Amaliyotda bu o'zining astridagi yushurun qirg'inchilik ahvoli asli to'xtagan emas u. Biz uni egallash uchun, isbot etish uchun hech qanday imkoniyatimiz yo'q.
Okay. Although there are no tangible proofs, but I can claim on my experience among those detainees, these people, they do not certainly need any educational facilities to get further education. And I would estimate, because of the international pressure, right now Chinese companies, a Chinese state is trying to distribute the body of detainee population in interior China. So I would say in Karamai city, 20 to 30% of detainees, they've been already transferred and they walk in dire walk conditions. Although there are no proofs, but I would estimate, my guessing would be so. Right now, because of the pressure again, detainees are being transferred into interior sides of China. Okay.
Men Kanada va Amerika boshlig'idagi demokratik mamlakatlar Yevropa birlashmasiniki o'rtaq birlashgan holatda bir komissiya kirgizib Sharq Turkistonga cho'qim uy tashrish ilib borgandilar. Bu yerdagi nurg'un quruq qolgan uylar, uydagi yo'qolib ketgan insonlarning tizimliklari shu hammasini bevosita oladigan bir mumkinchilik bo'lgan vaqtidalar buni to'xtatishga bir imkon yaratiladi. Bo'lmasa Xitoy hozirgi bu butkul xalqaroniki diqqat nazari bu viruslar yurgan vaqtda ular o'z qirg'inchiligini asla to'xtatgan emas. U yoshirin yana epirilyapti xolos.
So the hidden campaign of hidden genocidal campaign of China is still in the process. I would argue that if there would be a commission delegated by US or Canada to investigate facts on the ground, and this commission team members would go household to household to investigate things on the ground, then there will be much more information which will come to the light, and then we will know the true extension of the situation on the ground.
Köpçülük rahmet.
I thank you all.
Maybe if I can just follow up to clarify the question, though, I was wondering if there are specific companies, Western companies, perhaps Chinese state-owned companies that are operating in a visible way and where people in the camps are forced to do work for those companies, and if the witnesses have any information about that.
Men sualımı yana bir qitim bir izohlatab beray sizga, mumkinchilik bo'lsa shuni javob bersangiz. Siz bilishingizcha maxsus bir g'arbning shirkatlari bizning ulkamizda shu bir tijorat qilayotgan, mol ishlab chiqarayotgan shirkatlar bormi siz bilishingizcha? Xitoy qo'l ostida, ammo g'arb shirkatlari siz bilishingizcha bormi yo'qmi shuni so'radi.
Bu menimcha bor ahvol bu. Buni aziz ushlab qololmaydi, chunki bizni Xitoy o'zining ishlari amaliyotda yetarlik ishtiroklarda bizni operatsion hojati yo'q. Men deganimdek irqiy tinchlikni yushirish uchunlar shuni sabab qilib ko'rsatib, shu shirkatlarga azam qulluq olib, o insonlar hayot qaytib kelamdi bu bir savol belgisi.
I think it's a given fact that there are activities like this, they do exist, but I would say that because China is trying to hide what is happening, they are transferring detainees into interior China to spread out and in name close these centers. But this is given fact that yes, Uyghur work is implicated in production.
Thank you. And could I ask as well, are there tourists from other countries outside of China that people see or interact with? I know there's been some cases of, for instance, a well-known McKinsey corporate retreat in Kashgar. Is there interaction at all possible between local people and those coming from outside? Do people who come from outside, are they able to see or have any awareness of what's going on?
Мен сізден yana bir savol sormoqchi. Mushu Xitoy bo'lmagan, Xitoy ichkaridan kelmagan turistlar, ya'ni sirtdan kelgan turistlar odatdagi Uyg'urlar bilan ko'rishga, muzokara ilib berishga imkoniyatlar bormi? Misol uchun bir McKinsey degan bir shirkat bor, u odamlarni berib ziyorat qilgan ekan hamda normal holda xalqarodan kelgan, chetdan kelgan odam, insonlar Uyg'urlar bilan ko'rishga, paranglashishga imkoniyatlari egami yo'qmi?
Ular har xil usullar bilan to'saydiki, undaq mumkinlik yo'q uning.
There is no such possibility because this is all restrained. There is no such thing possible.
I think Ms. Jalilova had a comment.
Gulbahar Khan, sizden bir gap qo'shmoqchimi?
Yaxşı hazır turistlar dedinglar. Men özüm turist bolup Kazakistan'dan turist bolup men Uygur, Kazakistan'dan turist bolup aşı Xitayga kirip tovar algan vaqtda men eşetki Uygurlarga yaqin kemettim. Uygurlar qo'rqib mendan sormatdi, yaqin kemetdi.
Okay, like I would tell my personal experience. I went as a tourist on many occasions from Kazakhstan. I was conducting business. I am an ethnic Uyghur, but wherever I would travel into region, local Uyghurs would not try to approach me, and I would not try to approach them to make any conversation. They were too scary, too afraid to talk to me.
A minute left, okay.
2 minut vaqt qoldi.
Bas men desem bo'lamdi.
Can I add something?
Men qaranglar.
Ya, gap qiling, ha?
Menga shundaq ig'ir jinoyat qildi terroristlar. Men 1 yil 3 oy 10 kun meni ashaqda ko'rmagan ko'rsatlar, shunda qiyin lagerda yotdim. Keyin seni hech qanday ishing yo'q deb qo'yibdi. U nim deganka men buni kimga so'rab qilsam bo'ldi, nim qilsam bo'ladi. Meni shundaq ig'ir jinoyat deb terroristlar. Keyin men qanday aqlandim bilmayman.
Okay, so I would like to ask maybe for guidance. I've been detained for 1 year and 3 months. I was accused of terrorism, and I have endured so much suffering. I'm just asking who would pay a price for doing this to me. Whom shall I address, or what do I do?
Я еще вот написала тетради через неделю, как с лагеря вышла, я этих девочек не забыла. Я написала вот эти их имена.
I have, after 1 week of release, I have put all names of girls who've been tortured, who've been gone, all their names, in order not to forget them.
If I can just quickly. Just
thank you, Mr. Genius. We're moving to Ms. Vandenbeld now for 7 minutes plus the consecutive interpretation time.
Okay. 7 minut yana bir savol so'roq vaqtimiz bor. 7 minutlik boshqa millat vakilimiz sizdan so'raydi. 7 minut.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Jalilova, Mr. Ali. I really want to thank you for your courage in speaking out, particularly in we're very sorry you have to relive some of the most difficult experiences, but I do assure you that it is making a difference that you are going on the record with that.
İkkinizning ko'pdan ko'p minnatdorchiligimni bildirmoqchi. İkkinizga deydigan gap, bu yerdagi bo'layotgan rekordda bo'layotgan gaplar hammasining bir ta'sir bo'ldi. Uni men shu xotirjam bo'linglar. Ko'pdan ko'p rahmat, shuni jasur bo'lib, shunaq old safarga chiqib guvohlik berayotganingiz uchun.
Ms. Jalilova,
this is our duty.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jalilova, you've held up some documents throughout your testimony. I was wondering if it's possible for you to share those with the clerk so that they may be shared with the committee?
Gulbahar Khanım, siz shu guvohlik vaqtida dokumentlarni ko'rsatibsiz. Mumkinchilik bo'lsa, shu dokumentlarni bizning kotibimizga avatib bersangiz, biz ko'rishimizni istaymiz, xohlaymiz.
Ms. Jalilova, I'd just like to go back to your testimony and just clarify some of the things that you said that were somewhat alarming. You mentioned the injections and the pills that you were forced to take. You didn't indicate what you think the intent of those pills and injections were. Do you know what that caused in your body?
Госпожа Джалилова, вы упомянули в течение вашего заявления, что вам делались уколы и давались медикаменты. Но вы не упомянули, в чем была причина, в чем была конечная цель вот этих вот всех процедур, по вашему мнению?
Да, это там у девочек менструация закончилась, не было менструации. Если мы голодные, мы не чувствовали. Если у нас где-то болит, мы не чувствуем вообще, обаяния не было у нас.
Okay. So the girls would cease to have menstrual cycles. If we were gone hungry, we would not feel hunger, and we would lose any pain feelings. So we were like numb after all these procedures.
Я хотела детей вспомнить, даже детей, как будто у меня детей тоже нету.
I was not able to recall my own children. I was like lost.
I am so sorry that happened to you.
Мне очень жаль, что вот так с вами произошло.
And I hate to ask more questions about this, but you mentioned.
And my psychology as well is psychologically speaking is not.
I think you are a very, very strong and courageous woman, a survivor. Thank you.
Я думаю, что вы очень сильная женщина. То, что вы пережили, и вы очень сильная женщина.
And if I may, there was a mention that you had in your testimony that instead of shooting people, they're giving injections. Do you believe these injections are with the intent to kill people?
Госпожа Джалилова, вы упомянули в вашем заявлении, что вместо того, чтобы расстреливать этих самых людей, которые сидят в тюрьме, им давались вот эти вот медикаменты, вот эти вот уколы. Вы думаете, это была цель убить этих людей, вот эти вот препараты?
Нет, им приговор был, что мы будем усыплять. Они уже ждали 1 месяц, 2 месяца, 3 месяца. Они ждали, они уже знали, когда их усыпляют. Потом черный мешок одевают, вводят, мы уже знаем, что ее усыпят, и все.
We knew that were given, these detainees, they knew in advance that were given death sentences, so they would have to wait 1, 2, 3 months. And when the time will come, they would put black hoods over their heads and they were taken away.
This is absolutely horrifying, but I think it's important to get this all on the record. We've heard in some of the testimony that the intent of all of this is to destroy the souls and eradicate the Uyghur people. Do you think that is the intent?
Это очень ужасные истории слушать, и, конечно, это все должно быть записано. Но вот я хотела бы спросить, по вашему мнению, вот намерение было и есть уничтожить уйгурский народ, как вы думаете? В чем цель?
Конечно, уничтожить.
Yes,
уничтожить.
It is a wiping out, elimination.
I thank you very much.
Потому что я тоже сказала, лучше убить, чем вот это, будем выходить, черный мешок одевает, будет насиловать, лучше умереть, пускай усыплять, зато все, ничего такого не будет.
I was begging them to kill me instead of enduring this torture, that they would put black hood on me and they would take me out to rape, to torture. So I was asking them, pleading them, to kill me.
I am very grateful that you survived.
Мы очень благодарны, что вы выжили.
If I may, I have a question for Mr. Ali as well.
Ömerbek efendim sizden bir soru sormak için hanım.
Mr. Ali, you mentioned that when you were first detained, they brought you to a medical facility and they were checking your liver, your skin, your iris, your kidneys. We hate to think it, but what do you think the reason was that they were doing that?
Ömerbek efendim, sizin şu ifadenizde siz degandek, birinchi qitim sizni turmaga qamoqxonaga elib kelganda, tunji qitim siz shu doktorning shu imtihonga duch keldingiz, sizning ko'zingizni, bo'rakni, ko'krakni, butun taningizni tekshirib olgandi bular. Bu qilgan qilmishlar bu maqsad nima sizcha? Bu nimishga siz shunaqa qildingiz?
Men özüm məktəb oxuş jarayonida bo'lsin, yashash jarayonida bo'lsin, men axborot qiziqadigan odam, sayyohat turizm qiziqadigan odam. bu Falun Gongchilarni to'xtamay so'yib kelganga 10 necha yil so'ydi bular. Tirik so'ydi. Shu ularni so'ygandan keyingi o'zinglar ko'rgandek har xil tashviqotlarni ko'rdinglar. Halol organ sotadigan e'lonlar uchiq qashqar xalqaro matbuotlarga chiqdi. Demakki, mening u yerda unda tekshirishim, ular odatdagi bir insonni uni u darajada inchikib tashlamaydi. Har bir organ o'tilgan insonlarniki u yerda g'oyib bo'layotganligini o'z ko'zimiz guvohi bo'ldik. Ya'ni bir kameradan bir haftada o'ylab boqinglar 5-7 inson g'oyib bo'ldi. Har kuni insonlar kirib turdi, achkitib turdi. U insonlar nega ketib bordi, buni hech kim bilmaydi. Xuddi yaqinda ko'lda o'tkazilgan insonlar videosi Gollandiyadagi hakerlar topdi. Shunga o'xshash videolar bir dalil isbotlar chiqmaguncha biz degan so'zlarga hech qanday xalqaro hech qanday bir matbuot va yoki hokimiyat va yoki tashkilotlar ishonmaydi bu narsa.
Okay, so I am a well-traveled person. I have been internationally traveling, and I've been employed with a travel agency. So I knew beforehand the experience of Falun Dafa followers that have experienced that their organs they've been harvested all the time. In my guessing is that there is something a drive called halal organ harvesting. So the reason why I was examined so closely, it is the only explanation because I've been checked up very closely, not an ordinary procedure for any ordinary person. I have witnessed myself that in 1 week, several people been taken away from our cells and be gone. So there is a lot of evidence and my personal experience. As well, because there is no video evidence or no hard proof evidence, international community was not paying attention to our claims, and it was not given as much needed attention as we have been asking, although we've been testifying for a long time these incidents.
I want to thank you very much for testifying today.
İkinize köpten köp rahmet bildirme. Nihayet mühim bir guaklık oldu. I'd like just briefly add something very short.
Azık sualınızga cevaben, hazırkı vaziyette özüne görüyotgandek, organ kerek insanların organları ilinip hazır kadar toxtamasdan, azan emge qulluqı ilinip atqanlar ular hem apret işkirakla ötkülüp atıdı. Vatanımız içinde bolsa, ayollarımızı mecbur Xitoylarga to'y qilib, ularni aslında mesle qilib atıdı, dafsani qilib atıdı. Bizning hatto kichik farzandlarimizni 3 yoshli 5 yoshli bo'lgan otalar fitil lagerlarga qamalgan insonlarning bolalari ham shunday kampalarga etilib tashlanib, shu bir uyda 50-60 bolalarni o'zingizlar ko'rib atsizlar, videolarni ko'rgan bo'lishingizlar mumkin. Mana shunday holatda irqiy qirg'inchilikqa ham, assimilyatsiyasi ham, azan amga qulluqqa ham hammasi tan yushurun holatda e'tiborlanyapti. Hozir qadar to'xtamasdan.
So I just would like to add the things which there is no doubt what is happening. The organ harvesting is happening right now. People being transferred interior China for organ harvesting, and many people see this. And even it's happening with our children, 3 years old children taken away into camps. And you might have seen on videos the crowded facilities, 50, 60 children in one room. And what is happening right now, it's an ethnic cleansing, it's an forceful assimilation, and on top of it, commercialized slave labor. And this is happening right in front of our eyes.
Okay, we're moving to Monsieur Brunel Duceppe for 7 minutes, excluding interpretation time.
Monsieur Duceppe, efendim, yani başka bir milletvekilimiz sizden sormakçı.
Okay.
Tout d'abord,
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for coming here.
vous êtes brave.
You're courageous, you're brave, and you're strong. You are.
Jangavar bir insansız.
Et surtout vos témoignages sont.
And you have very compelling testimony. Since you're here and you're telling us what's going on, what you experienced, it was horrible. I'd like to know what you're expecting from the international community.
Geçirgen tecrübenizi dep beryapsınız. Sizce halkaraga deydigan gapingiz neme boladi sizden bir sorsam? Sizning deydigan gapingiz bormi halkaraga?
Meniki halqara desanglar kulgim keladi. Chunki men
Si vous demandez ma opinion pour dire les choses.
As far as my opinion is concerned, I'd be laughed at.
3 ayda BDT'de, Birleşmiş Milletler Teşkilatı'da, Cenevre'de çoğun bir yığın guvahlıq verdim. Yani bütün işgüzneyiz devletinin Birleşmiş Milletler Teşkilatı'da guvahlığını verdim. Ama ta hazıra kadar hiç kandak bir emeli hareket ettirilganımız yok. Hem de devletindeki iqtisadi menfaat Xitayga bağlanışlı bolğanlığı üçün hemmisi bu nahaqçılıkka, qırğınçılıkka közüme qaravatdı da ta hazıra kadar.
Okay, à 2019.
In 2017, in March, in the UN in Geneva, I did go and testify before a Geneva court. I explained what was happening, but up until now, we have had no reaction from the international community because of the trade that China does. We put economic interest before everything. It's sad, but that's the case. Would Ms. Jalova would like to add to that? What is she expecting from the international community?
Hanım, sizдің дайдыған гәпіңіз бар ма? Халықарадан сіз неме күтәттіңіз?
Вам большое спасибо, правительство Канады, что дали мне высказаться за себя, за свой уйгурский народ.
J'exprime mes sincères gratitudes pour au gouvernement.
I am extremely grateful to the Canadian government for giving me this opportunity to testify today on behalf of the Uyghur people.
Вы воздействовали против Китая, чтобы они прекратили геноцид народа уйгурам и против человечества.
And I would like Canada to take an active role to stop China from going ahead with this genocide against the Uyghur people.
Человеческой стерилизации, чтобы они прекратили.
And against forced labor of women.
Здесь в Турции у нас очень много уйгуров. Я тоже проживаю сейчас в Турции. У нас никакого гражданства нету. Чтобы нам помогли предоставить убежище мне и моему народу уйгурам, чтобы предоставили убежище.
I now live in Turkey. We have a lot of Uyghur refugees in Turkey, and what I would ask is that we help these refugees. We are stateless.
Je n'ai pas peur de mort.
I'm not afraid of death. For me, Madame Jelenov was saying that she was told that the Chinese government had long arms. Does she feel threatened since she has been living in Turkey? And I would ask the same questions to Mr. Ali.
Gulbahar Hanım, ikingizga bir savolim bor. O'sha Turkiyada bo'lgan chaqda, Turkiya boshqa bir sirtda bo'lgan chaqda Xitoy tarafdan har qanday bir tahdidga yoki bir zarbaga uchradinglarmi, bir nima ish bo'ldimi, qanday bo'ldi?
Men uchirdim. Men 3 politsiya Xitoydan kelib, aqamdan tushdi. Meyda Turkiya surat var meningda. Turkiyalar dedi, bu Xitoylar bu yerda nima qilib deb. Hazırgacha men telefon qiladi. Hazırgacha men ketsa talaq chiqamayman, o'ltiradi deb. Men hozir men qo'rqib yuraman. Aqamda adam tushdi.
Okay, je vis en Turquie.
I'm in constant fear for my life in Turkey. I'm followed by the Chinese police. Even the Turkish police have approached me and asked me, "Who's following you?" They are wondering who is threatening me. So they are very present, and I live in fear. Mr. Ali.
Meniki hayatım, ben Kazakistan'dan başlap, özümüzün vatan 2017 yıl 12. ayın 27'sinden başlap, ahbarat çıqqandan başlap ben ta hazırga kadar Xitoy ezelden to'xtatib qo'ygan yeri yo'q. Bizga bo'lgan tahdidni yoki o'ltirish to'g'riliq bo'lgan tahdidlarni men Yaponiyaga borsam Yaponiyada, Chexiyada bo'lsam Chexiyada, Belgiya, Şvetsiya, Shveysariya, Gollandiya ta hozirga qadar ularning jasuslari orqamizdan fursat kutmoqda xolos. Aman bir kuni etib ketish ehtimoli intayin yo'q. Lekin biz uning tayyormiz. Uni olib burun shu o'lim balig'ini bilib turib chiqdik bu maydonga oxirigacha.
As I was saying, I'm not afraid to die, but the MP was asking me a question about my situation in Kazakhstan. The first time when I gave an interview, I was constantly being harassed and threatened with death. And if I traveled, if I went to Japan and I went to Belgium, Czech Republic, Sweden, or Switzerland, I was constantly being harassed. I received harassing telephone calls. But I'm not afraid of dying because I've gone through that already.
Est-ce que vous...
Could you, and I don't know if you can answer this, but have you ever felt that the situation has become worse since... has the situation worsened since Xi Jinping has come into power?
Keyin mushu vaziyat o'zgarib ketdimi yo yomonlashib ketdimi, yanama yomonlashib ketdimi? Qanday bo'ldi?
Bular Xi Jinping kelgandan keyin u o'zining iqtisodiy kuchiga ishonch qilib, mushundaq eng cho'ng elektrik qiyinchilikni olib boryotdi. Bu yerda bizniki Sharq Turkistondagi insonlar it yoki mushuklik huquqi yo'q. Shundaqla 1,5 milliard shu jungo qurollarimi ana shundaqla bu zulmlarni chekyapti. Hech qanday bir insonning normal o'zining ichidagi bir hissiyotni dalallagan bir imkoniyat yo'q.
C'est certainement les...
Yes, things have worsened since Xi Jinping has come into power. China has become a huge commercial trade center, and it mistreats its own people. We're talking about millions of people who have been detained in eastern China and in Turkestan. The situation has worsened over the past few years. I'd like to thank you very much. You have been heard, and in all honesty, we have a lot of admiration for you.
Diqqatni izladik, sizning gaplaringizni angladik. Ko'pdan ko'p rahmat sizga. Biz bilan bu mushunaqa vaqtni paylaşganingiz uchun ko'p rahmat sizga. Yana bir qitim takrorlayman.
For Ms. McPherson for 7 minutes of questions excluding interpretation.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to take a moment to thank you both for being with us today, for sharing your very challenging stories.
Shundaq mushunaq guvohlikni berganingiz uchun ko'pdan ko'p rahmat ikkingizga bildirmoqchi.
I know that you are putting your own health, your own safety, the safety of your loved ones at risk by being here.
O'zingizning bexatarligingizni, o'zingizning hayotingizni tikdingiz mush yerda guvohlik berish uchun.
And I know that we are asking you to relive memories and experiences that are indescribably painful.
Yenimi mushu bizning sizdan so'rayotgan savollarimiz yenidan mushu xotiringizda shu yashagan qiyinchiliklarni yashagan mushu aqli kelmaydigan qiyin qistoqlarni yeniden xotiringizga keltiryapmiz. Biz uzr so'raymiz mushu so'rayotganingiz uchun.
So I want to make sure that I echo the sentiments that my colleagues have said in that we will hear your testimony, that this will make a difference, that we will take your stories forward.
Avvalki mening do'stlarim degandek, sizning guvohnoma bergan izohatlaringiz bir konkret bir qanday bir ta'sirga ega bo'ldi. Ya'ni mushu ishdan, mushu so'zlardan xotirjam bo'ling.
And I think similar to many of my colleagues, my first question for you is, as parliamentarians, what can we do? What would you like to see us do right now to help you and to help the Uyghur people in China?
Mening birinchi so'raydigan savolim, bir millat vakili sifatida biz Uyg'urlarga, qarindoshlarimizga qanday yordam qila olamiz? Bizning qo'limizda nima ish keladi? Qanday yordam ko'rsata olamiz?
Hozirgi xalqaro qonunlarga asosan bu hozir Xitoydagi bu zulmni to'xtatish uchun kampaniyalar taqilib, shu yerdagi insonlar bilan bo'lgan bizning normal aloqamiz birinchi bir alo ana, alo aka, alo acha hada deganmiz. Qo'limizga kelsa, uningki ishlarni asosida mustaqillik imkoniyati yaratiladi. Biz hozir normal bir aloqa qilish imkoniyatimiz yo'q hozir.
The first thing I would ask Canadians to do is to act according to international law and insist in your interlocution with China to shut down these concentration camps. or even maybe at the first step to secure a communication means with our relatives. We have not even means to call and ask, hi mom, hi brother, hi father, how are you? You know, we cannot even do that. A simple little thing. And afterwards we will get our things, you know, we will see things getting better and improving. Okay, gap кылам.
Қытайның малларға бойкот қылышқа, Қытайның малларына ямашқа, сатмашқа, әкірмәшке, немге бүткіл дүнияға әкемесін. Һәм ikkinchisi xat yezish kerak. Pochta bo'lamdi, email bo'lamdi, qayerga bo'lsa xat yezish kerak. Ey Xitoy, sen unda qilma, genotsidni to'xtat deb.
I would call to boycott Chinese products, to boycott importation of Chinese goods. Secondly, I would encourage to do letter writing, sending out emails, calling to shut down, to stop immediately genocide of Uyghurs.
Thank you very much. And I am going to ask a few questions, a bit more detail. And I apologize for making you relive these painful memories. Ms. Jeleva, could you tell me, I know you mentioned that you have 4 children. I'm also a mother, and I wonder if you could talk about what happened to your children or where your children went while you were incarcerated.
Госпожа Джалилова, я хочу вас спросить, может быть, это будет очень неприятно вспоминать, но я должна это сделать. Я сама мать детей. Вы упомянули, что вы являетесь матерью 4 детей. Вы не могли бы сказать, что с ними случилось, когда вы были в заключении, как это все, кто за ними смотрел, как это все было?
Мне сейчас 56 лет, мне тогда было 52, у меня дети взрослые, маленькому 14 лет, а старшие 35 лет. Вот они смотрели за младшим. И сейчас тоже я за них переживаю, они все в Казахстане.
When I was detained, I was 52 years old. Now I am 56. At the time of my detention, my youngest child was 15 years old and eldest 35. So while I was detained, my elder child took care of the younger ones. At the time, I was very, very much worried about their well-being. And in fact, I do worry about them because they still remain in Kazakhstan.
And maybe just further, could you tell me, from your experience or from things that you've seen, do either of you have an understanding of how children are dealt with if they are younger, if they are not in a situation where an elder child can look after the younger children?
Я хотела бы спросить, и может быть вы, мен икеңізді сұрамақшы, осы ата-аналар қамақ түрмеде болған шақта кішік балаларды неме болатыды, олар кім қараватыды, осы жарайын қандақ өтіватыды, осы нұқтада бір изахат берсіңлер. Сіз білішіңізші.
Мен кампат етіп шыққандан кейін өз көзімді көрген әхвалларда менің сыңлымның үйдіме әне шындап, сыңлымның әктілген, hatta менің ақымдырла әктілген кампаға. O yerdeki o atanlardan ayrılgan ballarını xuddi bizim çoğunlarınki o'xshash kampalarga apiriblar. Ularning kalasiga butunlay Xitoycha sistemida, Xitoycha tarbiyada ularni butunlay assimilyatsiya qilishga ularning kamplarga yig'ib olingan. Ularniki hozirga qadar hamda hayot mamatligini bizning bu atanlardan ballardan ayrılgan farzand atanlar shu nimada chet elda yashayotganlar bor, ko'payib Turkiyada. Şu insanlar bilmeydi şu ballar hazır hayat mı ya ki Allah'ın olanım organları Allah'ın ilinip oldu mu? Bu bir namalum bir nasa hazır.
It is unknown issue because even in my family, when my sister was taken away to prison and when my brother was taken away to prison, their children were taken to the state-run prison-like system where they've been completely brainwashed. And even up to now, we don't know what happened to them. Are they alive? Are they dead? Or are their organs been harvested for sale? Have no means of communication or getting no. This is the same thing with parents who live, let's say, in Turkey. There are many Uyghurs living in Turkey, and they do not know what happened to their children because all communication has been cut off.
Thank you.
Ben kampta yatkanda 14 yaşlı 80 yaşlı kızlar bile yatkan.
When I was detained in prison, I have been detained together with youngest girl age 14 and eldest detainee age 80 years old.
Hiç kimin günahları yok, hiç kimin hiç kana günahı yok.
They were all innocent. They were all they committed no crime at all.
Thank you, Ms. Jalilova. Mr. Ali, we're going to go into a second round of questions. And in consideration of where you are, you're in Turkey and Holland, and the time there right now, I know it's later in the evening. We are going to ask each party to be able to ask a question or two of the witnesses, and that's how we will conclude. We're going to start with Mr. Zuberi.
Vaqtimiz az qoldi. Ham siz ikkingizmi biri shu Hollandiyada, biri Turkiyada ekan, u yerdagi vaqtmi kech bo'ldi. Endi birdan bir savol so'rab, shu ishni, shu bugungi yig'inni guvohlik berish jarayonini tugatamiz, nishonlaymiz.
Okay.
Okay. So my first question is, you described, first off, I want to thank you all both for testifying. I wish you peace and strength and fortitude, and thank you for your courage. This is very meaningful.
İkkinizga ko'pdan ko'p men rahmat o'zimning minnatdorchiligimni bildiraman. Sizga tinchlik va osonchilikni tilayman. Please.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to ask, you accounted what happened to you personally. I wanted to know if, and I can anticipate the answer you're going to say, but I wanted to know if what happened to you was a norm within what you saw within the camps.
Endi men sizdan so'raydigan savolim ikkingizdan, siz o'zingizning shu jarayonni ko'rgan, boshingizdan kechirgan tajribalar sizga bo'lgan bir istisno tariqasi bo'ldimi yo bu normal bir ishmi, ya'ni boshqalarga bo'lgan muammomi, qanday bu ish bo'ldi bu ish? Shu nuqtada bir izohat bersangiz.
Men bir ikkingiz gaplarim bu to'g'riliq. Mendek bir Qozog'iston vatandashini hech qanday bir qonun rasmiyatda yo'q holatda opirib 8 oy qamyalagan bu Xitoy hokimiyati uning ichidagi 3 milliondan 5 million bo'lgan insonlarimizni olib burun hammasini uydan qamab, sahrolarni, shaharlarni hammasini qurg'dab bo'ldi. Bu kampa adat normal bir maktab degan narsa asla mavjud emas u yerda.
Okay.
Yolg'onchilik bu.
I would emphasize first and foremost, there is no such thing as school thing in principle. There is no such thing as schooling. These are concentration camps. I am a citizen of Kazakhstan. I was detained and taken into prison without any legal procedure, and I was detained for eight months. And we're talking about millions and millions of Uyghurs who've been taken away from their households and distributed and put into deserts, into the areas of production, millions and millions. So this is the reality on the ground.
This is happening to everybody essentially who's
Yani
in the
sizning demoqchi bo'lgan gap butun hammaga bo'layotgan o'xshashli muammo, o'xshashli bir ish shunaqmi?
O'xshashlar. Ularni xuddi bir alqandagi o'yinchiqli narsa, xalqini aklab solaydi, xalqini 2 yil 3 yil yotgan insonlar bilan kirgan vaqtning o'zida o'ylab boqinglar.
This is very common as a standard thing. We are treated like toys. Anyone, anytime can be taken into prison for no reason at all. And imagine, we're talking about millions of people, being taken away for no reason.
For my second question, I'd like to follow up on another point. Within Turkey, for the Uyghur people in Turkey, are there any protections that the Turkish government is providing, or do you feel that the government is not in a position to protect you from threats and other forms of harassment that can be happening within the country?
Türkiye'deki Uygurlar meselesinde ben demoqchi bo'lgan savolim, Türkiye'deki Uygurlar Türkiye devlet tarafından bexatarlığa egimi, bexatarlığa saqlanayotgandi. Shu nuqtadan bir izohat bersangiz, sizning o'ylaganingizda deb bersangiz.
Men Turkiyada turgan vaqtimda meniki iqomatim, yana ID kartam chiqib bo'libmi 6 oygacha qo'limga berilmadi. Ya'ni meniki nurg'un cho'ng axborot yig'inlarida, boshqa mamlakatlardagi cho'ng guvohlik yig'inlari qatnashmasligim uchun to'sqinlik o'chirdim. Mening farzandlarim hozirga qadar Turkiyada normal maktabga borolmadi. Boshqa insonlar u yerda Xitoy hokimiyatidan iqtisod manfaatga erishish uchun shularni foydalanib qilyapti xolos. 10% insonga rasmiyatlarni baganda qilgani bilan qolgan 90% insonning hammasini yo'qolib ketib qolgan insonlar Turkiyada xeli bor, lekin uning hech qanday izlariga bo'lmayotdi. Qattiq qamal qilinganligi uchun.
Okay. There is an informational blackout in Turkey. For instance, I wasn't able to get residency, even though I was according a lot of media interviews. For instance, my own children, they are not able to go to school. There is no schooling possibilities available for my children. And in my opinion, this is happening because of Turkish commercial interest vis-a-vis China. And basically, we've been stranded there without any means to advance.
Genius.
Thank you. And just to start by responding to something Ms. Jalova said about accountability, about what is going to happen for those who are involved in these horrific crimes. And this is an issue that we as a committee have to grapple with, is trying to end impunity for those involved in these crimes and ensure accountability. But one of the ways that we try to do that is through Magnitsky sanctions, through saying to those that are involved in these abuses that they will not be able to move their money or move themselves to another country, that they will face consequences if they ever try to leave. So I wonder, as my first, I'll just ask two questions kind of together, and then you can respond to both as you wish. So the first question is for your take on that, on the appropriate accountability mechanisms. My second question is about, in general, within Kazakhstan and other countries in Central Asia, there's a lot of potential vulnerability to Chinese state influence. And what is the nature of the discussion about what's happening to Uyghurs in Central Asia, and what can we do to strengthen the collective response and reduce the dependency of countries in and around China, the dependency that limits their ability to respond effectively to what's happening?
Sizden ben soraydigan bir savollarım var. Albatta, şu Xitoyning o'sab ketayotgan kuchli shu salohiyati bizni hammamizni anjishga solyapti. Xonim Jalilova degandek, shu javobgarlik masalasida sizning bir tavsiyangiz tushdi. Bir javobgarlikni tortsinglar Xitoy amaldorlarini degandek. Shu masalaga biz Magnitsky degan qonunni muhokama qilishni o'ylayapmiz. Endi u yerda nihoyatda ko'p bir nurg'un masala bor. Ama ben şu sizce şu javobgarlikni elish uchun, javobgarlikni tortish uchun qanday bir chora tadbir ko'rishimiz mumkin? Ikkinchi masala şu O'rta Osiyodagi davlatlar hozir şu Xitoyning ta'sirida Xitoy ta'siriga yomon ko'p duch kelyapti. Şu O'rta Osiyodagi davlatlarning O'rta Osiyo davlatidagi Xitoy ta'sirini kamaytirish uchun, ozaytirish uchun qanday bir o'rtaq bir tadbir harakatda bo'lishimiz mumkin davlat sifatida. Bu Uyg'ur masalasini qanday biz oldiga ilgirishimiz mumkin. Shu savollarimga bir izohat bersangiz mumkinchilik bo'lsa, rahmat.
Bu masala nihoyat yaxshi o'tirib qo'ydingiz. Bu yerda Amerika boshchiligidagi Amerikada qonun e'lon qilindi, ya'ni Uyg'ur kishilik huquq qonuni ma'qullangandan keyin butkul xalqarodagi shu Kanada boshchilik, Kanada demokratik mamlakat xalqaro Yaponiya va Yevropa birlik parlamentlari, Yevropadagi demokratik mamlakatlar birlashib, Xitoyga qarshi iqtisodiy embargo va qonunlar ma'qullansa, Sharq Turkistondagi o'lim lageridagi zulm to'xtaydi. Shuning bilan ularning huquq manfaatida insonlar huquqini qo'lga kiritishga yordamda bo'la oladi. Faqat birlashgandilar bu Xitoyga qarshi tadbirlarni qo'llanishga bo'ladi. O'rta Osiyo bir musulmon mamlakatlardan umid kutishning hojati yo'q. Chunki ular qilgan gapirish qilgan huquqi yo'q, til ilingan iqtisod qarz bo'g'ilgan kanaydi. Shu sababdan ulardan umid kutmay, Amerika, Kanada, Yevropaliklar birlashib turib, Xitoyga zarba berganlar bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. Chunki ular eng qo'rqadigan yeri Amerika bilan Kanada, Yevropa birlashmasining eng qo'rqadi. Bu qolgan musulmon mamlakatlardan ular baribir u.
So I would share with you my own personal opinion about this issue, and thank you for posing this such an interesting and important question. I would invoke the resolution adopted by U.S. Congress, Uyghur Bill. If Canada can only follow this, it would be a good direction. And then unite together with democratic, like-minded countries like Japan, EU Parliament, and announce a China embargo. Because unless we take concrete steps to hit on commercial interests of China, the death camps in eastern Turkestan will keep continuing and operational. These are very much about united front of like-minded countries against Chinese growing influence. And in regards to Central Asia, I would personally think that we should not and we cannot expect much from these countries because these countries are completely corrupt and they are being taken hostage by current Chinese diplomacy or Chinese influence. So I would rule out influencing Central Asian states at all at this stage.
Seb, for a question or two. Did Mr. Ali?
Oh. Is it possible to hear from the other witness if she is?
Jalilova?
Gulbahar Hanım, sizin deydiğiniz yapınız var mı?
Меники, мен deydiğim gibim var. Я гражданка Казахстана, я оттуда вышла. А если бы я не гражданка Казахстана, если мне никто, ни дети мои не искали, они меня бы убили за то, что я мусульманка, за то, что я уйгурка.
Okay, only because I am a citizen of Kazakhstan and because of the pressure put up by my children, I was able to get out from this prison. If that was on contrary, if I would have, if I would be a Chinese citizen, I would have been murdered by this time.
Я всего 20 дней в Казахстане была, у меня проблем нету, я не террорист. Через 20 дней я приехала в Турцию и начала интервью. То, что я видела, говорила. Если бы я в Казахстане была, мне бы не дали говорить. Потому что Китай рядом, они меня убили бы.
Because of Chinese proximity to Kazakhstan, after remaining for 20 days only in Kazakhstan, I fled to Turkey. And once in Turkey, I started giving interviews. In Kazakhstan, this is impossible because of Chinese presence and death menace in Kazakhstan by Chinese. It is impossible to operate in Kazakhstan.
Now to Mr. Brunel Duceppe.
Merci encore.
Thank you very much. The Chinese government says that it is reintegrating people who are getting out of the camps and that they're giving them diplomas. First of all, is that true? And secondly, are these people really free when they get out of the camps? Thank you.
Soraydigan sualım, birinci sual, kamptan, lagerden çıkan, qamoqxonadan chiqqan qarindoshlar, mushu Uyg'urlar diplom oldi ekan. Mushu diplom masalasi to'g'rimi yo yolg'onmi yo bormi bu ish? Ikkinchi masala, kamptan, lagerden chiqqan qarindoshlarimiz haqiqatan ozodlikqa erishamdi, erishmamdi?
Мен жатқан лагерде ятқан уақытта ашады 20 жыл, 15 жыл түрмеде етіп шыққанlar, янысылар лагерға кіріп, ян үгінісілер деп, ян қайтып лагерға кіріп.
I have witnessed people.
I became a witness myself. I've seen people who were detained in a Chinese prison for 15 years. They were released, but after a certain amount of time, they were arrested again and put back into prison.
Mana öpkem ağrıydı. Bedellerim saptı yara mana mındaq yara bedellerim ökümet suretlerini evettim videolarımda. Hazırga çalıştık. Mana küçükken annem kısam öpkem kısılıp yürügüm ağrıydı. Aşağıdan ağrıqçam болып çıktım.
J'ai passé assez court temps en prison, mais maintenant.
I spent a short time in prison, but you can see that I have difficulties. I left prison with a skin ailment. I didn't get out of prison in good shape. I have serious problems. So, as you can see, I have difficulty breathing.
And
myself?
siz o'ylab bakın, men Qozog'istonda bir şirketning muavin direktori bo'lgan, konsultni tarjimon, ham oliy texnikani bitmagan bir diplomliq bir odam, til saviyam bor, bir direktor, $2000 maosh olgan bir inson. Men o yerga qamaldim. Menga bir diplomning ehtiyoji bormi qarindishim? Yani birisi atam pensiyaga chiqqan bir 76 yoshlik bir odam, pensiyaga chiqqan, Xitoy tilini sudak biladigan, pensiyaga chiqqan bir inson. Shularning diplomga ehtiyoji bormi? Millionlab qarindoshlarimizning otanlari ziyoli, yozuvchi, millionlab savdogarlar yetyapti. Shularning o diplomga ehtiyoji bormi deb siz o'ylab baqing.
I would like to ask you a question. I was an interpreter. I'm fully bilingual, and I speak Chinese. I was a director. I earned about $2,000 per month. Do I really need more schooling? And secondly, I know someone who was retired. He spoke Chinese fluently. He had diplomas. We're talking about intellectuals, business people, wealthy people. So I'm asking a question. Do these people really need to have any type of diploma at all? That's exactly what we wanted to hear.
Now moving to Ms. McPherson for a couple of questions.
Thank you, Chair. So I believe I'm the last questions, and I feel compelled to pass the microphone, I suppose, off to our witnesses. At this time, knowing that this is a bit of a moment for you to share, is there anything that we haven't touched on today? Is there anything that you feel that we need to know in this committee that we haven't had a chance to discuss yet? I'd just like to open it up for both of you to take a few minutes just to give us anything that we maybe have missed or any information you'd like to share with us before we conclude today.
Bugünkü yığını tügütüşten burun, ben ikkinizdim o, mening so'raydigan savolim shu. Bugünkü qo'mita yig'inda har qanday tema yoki har qanday bir mavzuni biz xatirlamagan ya bir mavzuga ya bir temaga diqqat qilmagan bir nuqta bormi? Sizning qo'shimcha ilova qiladigan gapingiz bormi deb sizga shu murojaat qilyapti xonim afandim.
Ben aynı vakitte lagerden çıkkanda BBC'niki ziyaretini kabul kılan vaktimde ben olaniki şu kamplarda yıkan Uygur Kazak karındaşlarımızdaki DNA'lerin iliş bilen birge, organ iliş bilen birge şu bakteriya tatbikatını yapılatıdı. Bu çok bağ ahval. Bunu ben halkara akbaratlarını diyemeyim ama bunu siz ayrım kamera alma ahvasında depre edip Japonya'da olsun, Çekya'da olsun şu çok nemelerindeki Sırpıstan ministerlikleri bilen ottağalarda hemisi ayrım yetkizgen ben. Lekin hiç kim yalan kalmagan o çağda.
Okay.
Astırttılar. Şu bakteriyanın çıkışında bular şu çağda aklı geldi. Ömer efendim degen narsa rastken to'xtab. Xitoy şu Xitoyning kompartiya sistemini yo'qotmasak, bu undan vahshiy usullarni qo'llanib, butkul dunyo insoniyatiga eng og'ir ofatdan olib bo'layapti.
Once I was released from prison, I gave interview to BBC journalist. And on that, during my interview, I have mentioned the case of Uyghur DNA sampling collections. I have touched upon organ harvesting. And I have also warned about the bacteriological weapon development conducted by China. And I was warning in every interview and every meeting, be it in Japan or in Czech Republic. But at the time, nobody was paying attention to this. Suddenly, right now, in the current context, everyone is woke up and now they're saying, oh, Omer Bek was telling this. And my message is we have to pay attention to CCP. And if these atrocities won't stop, we will get even worse results and worse is about to come. And the last sentence, and I would like to conclude with this.
Butkul xalqaradagi mamlakatlar, parlamentlar, xalqaro kechirim tashkilotlari, inson huquqlar tashkilotlarining hammasining o'rtaklashib, Xitoy qarshi qonun tadbirlarini, siyosatlarni ma'qullab, Sharq Turkistondagi bu zulmni to'xtatishga yordamda bo'lishini, shundaqla muhojiratdagi butkul siyosatlarimiz boshqa turayotgan, Turkiyada yashayotgan bo'lsin, boshqa yashayotganlar bo'lsin, Uyg'ur va Qozoq xalqiniki siyosat panoliq nasllariga Sharq Turkistondagi insonlik huquq masalasiga bir yaqindan qarab, shuni bir insonlik burchini ado qilishinglar uchun shuni umid qilaman va tilayman, so'rayman sizlardan. So'zim tugadi. Ko'pchilikka rahmat.
And then in the conclusion, I would like to ask that we have to unite our international efforts with all various NGOs, be it Amnesty International, interparliamentary commissions, all different states, like-minded countries, to stop these atrocities and unite in this anti-Chinese campaign in order to stop all this going on happening. And one more thing that is that, you know, I would ask Canadian government to be considerate about refugees, Uyghur refugees stranded in third-party countries like in Turkey. These Uyghur refugees are becoming stateless, and they feel, they are facing challenges over there. So on that humanitarian and compassionate ground, I would like one more time draw your attention to this topic. And thank you very much again for your time. Okay. Hanım, sizin de dediğiniz yapınız var mı?
Benim dediğim я хочу, чтобы правительство Канады воздействовало на Китайскую республику, чтобы они закрыли лагеря, чтобы уйгуры, народ уйгуры, там, кто живет, проживает мусульмане, чтобы они так же, как все нормальные люди, пользовались интернетом, телефонами, чтобы они лагеря, чтобы закрыли, ходили на воле.
Okay. So my plea after Canadian government to put pressure on Chinese Republic, first and foremost, to shut down these camps, and Muslim people, Uyghur people, they should be able to use, as any ordinary people around the globe, they should have access to internet, they should have access to phones, and they should live in dignified way, in dignified manner, as a human being.
Well, first off, let me just say from halfway around the world, we would like to thank Mr. Ali, Ms. Jalilova, for being with us, for your heartfelt testimony to this committee. I think I know I speak on behalf of everyone here in this room, all the committee members, those watching over the internet, our interpreters. I do want to thank our Uyghur interpreter, Kayum Masimov. Thank you for your service, sir. And thank our clerk for organizing this and being able to bring you to us from, as I said, halfway around the world. So we thank you.
Dünyanın yarım taraftan sizden şu köp minnetdarçılığını bildiriyatman Hanım Celilova, Ömerbek Ali. Sizin heyecanlıq, canlıq guvahlığınız üçün köp rahmet, teşekkürler. Komite namıdan yeni bir qıtım minnetdarçılığını bildirməkçimən. Rahmet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now conclude. Wait. Oh, suspend. Sorry. We'll now. Thank you, Clerk, and welcome everyone. Pursuant to the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development on February 20th, 2020, today's the second meeting of the subcommittee on its study of the human rights situation of the Uyghurs. Today's witnesses are appearing by video conference, and the proceedings will be made available via the House of Commons website. I want to thank the clerk, our technical team, for assisting the witnesses with their equipment and connectivity. Interpretation in this video conference will work very much like a regular committee meeting. You have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. Should any technical challenges arise, for example, in relation to interpretation, or a problem with your audio arises, please advise the chair immediately, and the technical team will work to resolve them. Now, at this point, I'd like to welcome our witnesses. You'll be the final panel of this second day of this study. We're glad you're with us. We are going to hear from today the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Director of Human Rights Initiative, Amy Lehr. Then we will have from the Uyghur Human Rights Project, the Senior Program Officer for Research and Advocacy, Dr. Elise Anderson. And as an individual, we have Guy Saint-Jacques, consultant and former ambassador of Canada to the People's Republic of China. You will each have 6 minutes to do your introductory statement. And after those statements, we will be moving to rounds of questions by the members. So with that, we will start with Amy Lehr.
Excuse me, I had to unmute. Distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for holding this hearing and offering me an opportunity to speak. I'm happy to see you engaged on such an important and pressing topic. As noted, I'm the director of the Human Rights Initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a large nonpartisan think tank based in Washington, D.C. Over the past year, my program has been conducting research on forced labor in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, or XUAR. Our work combined open source research in Mandarin with interviews with those subjected to forced labor. Our findings to date have confirmed that forced labor practices in the region are part of the Chinese government's efforts to repress ethnic and religious minorities through what they call re-education. Forced labor also combines with widespread surveillance in the region. Because China plays such a dominant role in many international supply chains, products entering the US, Canada, Europe, and other countries are at risk of being tainted by forced labor. Today, I'll explain how forced labor in XUAR is part of a larger system of ethnic minority repression, its relevance to Western supply chains, and will provide some policy recommendations that might help affect change. As has already been documented, the Chinese government has forcibly detained and held in extrajudicial detention facilities, also known as re-education camps, more than 1 million Muslim minorities in this region. The goal is to cut the minorities' ties to their religious and cultural identity and bring them into mainstream Han Chinese culture. This is seen as a way to enhance stability in the region. The Chinese government's clampdown on ethnic minorities is believed to be the largest scale detention of religious minorities since World War II. And according to the US Holocaust Museum, may amount to crimes against humanity. In the name of combating religious extremism and enhancing security in the region, the government subjected minority detainees to re-education and vocational training, both within and outside of the detention facilities. As you've probably heard earlier today, these trainings include intensive Mandarin classes, praising the CCP, and in many cases, job training. As the government goes through this process, factory work has revealed itself to be an integral element of the effort. The government's used labor transfer programs to move thousands of minorities into manufacturing positions in XUAR's factories and in other Chinese provinces, where they're in some cases subjected to forced labor. The full extent of forced labor is impossible to know because access to the region is so limited. This re-education campaign is closely linked to the government's poverty alleviation and pairing programs. The poverty alleviation program seeks to move minorities from their traditional roles and villages into factory work. The government requires local officials to meet quotas of rural minorities transferred to work, and that creates pressure to find people to transfer, whether or not they want to go. Because of the high level of surveillance in XUAR and the risk of being sent to a detention camp or prison, it's presumed to be very challenging for ethnic minorities to resist transfers. The government also provides financial incentives for companies.
Ms. Lehrer, if you could just repeat that last sentence or two.
Sure.
Your internet was off.
Thank you. Okay. Because of the high level of surveillance in XUAR and the risk of being sent to a detention camp or prison, it is assumed to be very challenging for ethnic minorities to resist transfers. The government also provides financial incentives for companies to re-educate and employ ethnic minorities. Our research and interviews indicate that at least some of those transferred to work are not doing so willingly and are often significantly underpaid. And this in turn raises serious forced labor concerns. These re-education efforts and poverty alleviation programs I discussed combine with what's called the government's pairing program. Under this program, mainland Chinese provinces are partnered with specific regions of XUAR. Each pairing program has a sectoral focus based on the needs of pairing mainland firms, including the textile, electronic, and agricultural sectors, among others. Those companies that are in the pairing program are pressured to open factories in XUAR and may be asked to receive minority workers, both within XUAR and in their factories in the rest of China. So some of those workers have been re-educated, some are re-educated in detention facilities, and others are part of poverty alleviation. And again, because we don't have access to the region, it's really hard to know just the scope of forced labor within these programs and within these companies participating in the pairing program. We've been doing some research on what XUAR produces. So it's a key cotton producer, but it also produces and exports a number of other products, including electronics and machinery, plastics, apparel, and agricultural goods. And these sectors are all priorities in the pairing program. So there's a question of whether this is creating a risk of forced labor in these other supply chains as well, and this deserves further research. I just want to touch briefly on XUAR's role in global supply chains, looking particularly at textile and apparel as a case study because we understand those linkages better. I would note that other sectors may also include substantial components from XUAR. XUAR produces around 20% of the world's cotton and is the third largest producer of cashmere in China. China is the world's largest cashmere producer. We have found that XUAR directly exports few products globally. Rather, they're transformed within China in many cases. Apparel was 25% of XUAR's international exports in 2019, and footwear was another 10%. But this severely understates XUAR's role in supply chains because most of the cotton, for example, is shipped to other regions of China to then be incorporated into yarn, textiles, et cetera. And this is much, much harder to trace. One of the challenges is that China is one of the world's two largest cotton producers, the world's largest yarn producer, its largest textile producer, and its largest apparel producer. Because XUAR cotton and increasingly yarn are incorporated. Thank you.
Yeah, you will have an opportunity to elaborate, I'm sure, during the question period. Now we're going to move to Dr. Elise Anderson for 6 minutes.
Thank you, and greetings to the members of the subcommittee. I'm very honored to be testifying today, and I'm sitting before you as an advocate for Uyghur human rights and as a scholar whose research has focused on Uyghur cultural expression for more than a decade. Just this month, there's been a significant shift in expert analysis of the Uyghur human rights crisis. Authoritative institutions and experts have begun to label what is happening as a campaign of probable crimes against humanity and likely genocide. For many years, the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, has been systematically destroying the institutions that long served to maintain and pass on Uyghur cultural knowledge. Uyghur language journals have been shuttered, poets and musicians have been disappeared by the hundreds, mosques have been bulldozed, and more than 1 million living, breathing individuals have been taken away to camps and prisons en masse. Recent investigations of forced labor and forced sterilization, including the alarming statistic that population growth among Uyghurs in 2 prefectures declined by 84% between 2015 and 2018, have shed light on the government's totalizing campaign of repression. The CCP claims it must assimilate the Uyghur population to quell unrest and stamp out terrorist activity, but these are excuses that mask the horrors happening on our watch. By politically indoctrinating and forcibly assimilating Uyghurs, the CCP is attempting to remove their loyalty to any source of authority other than the CCP itself. In conscripting Uyghurs into involuntary work schemes and turning the Uyghur region into a manufacturing hub for inexpensive labor, the CCP is securing control of Uyghur lands for resource extraction and global trade, while ripping apart Uyghur families and communities in the process. In other words, the relationship between the CCP and the Uyghur region is at its core a colonial one, recalling the dark and painful histories and present circumstances of liberal democracies such as the US, Australia, and Canada, vis-a-vis Indigenous peoples. The CCP is enacting a genocide because it is a colonizer. Land and subjugation of the local people are dual prizes in their endgame. The CCP has sought totalizing control of the Uyghur region since it came into power in 1949. It established autonomy in the region in 1955. It was and remains a sham, that autonomy. Many Uyghurs, meanwhile, profess an almost spiritual connection to this land, their homeland, something that outside observers far too often overlook in our analyses. In the 1990s, for example, as the Chinese state incentivized Uyghur farmers to sell their land, the beloved folk musician Kurash Kusen urged his brethren not to do so, singing, "The land is great, the land is mighty, the land is the source of life. Brother farmer, I beg of you, do not sell your land." During my own time living in the Uyghur region over the past decade plus, I was struck by how much the concepts of land and homeland still seemed to shape everyday life for Uyghurs. In 2015, an acquaintance of mine and her aunt took my mother, who was visiting, and myself to visit the tomb of a revered Uyghur scholar near Kashgar. This tomb had long been a holy site of pilgrimage, but is now a state-designated tourist spot. At the tomb, a sheikh described the history to us, and we wandered the grounds where, off in the distance, beyond the tomb and the state-built museum attached to it, there lay a cemetery on a mountain of sand. Deep green poplars, the quintessential marker of the region's oasis towns, stood in stark contrast to the sea of sand that lay even further beyond it. My acquaintance led us to a stream of clear, pure spring water, and we crouched down together. "Can't you see why people would see this place as holy?" she asked me as she scooped spring water into a bottle. I could. For Uyghurs, their land has a sacred significance as a source of meaning and life. That land, along with the home that it inspires and the very lives that play out on it, are now under grave threat. The Uyghur crisis is one of the most pressing humanitarian concerns in the world today, and it demands a multifaceted policy response by governments and multilateral actors around the world. I have several recommendations for Canada, which I will elaborate on in the Q&A if you're so interested to take them up. First, focus on refugee admissions. Number 2, punish and deter harassment of Uyghur Canadians. 3, block forced labor imports. 4, prohibit companies from exporting high-tech tools to China. 5, impose coordinated targeted sanctions on perpetrators. And 6, make legal determinations as to whether the Uyghur crisis constitutes a genocide. It's time for the government of Canada to act on the global promise of never again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And now we're going to hear from Monsieur Guy Saint-Jacques, our former ambassador of Canada to China. For 6 minutes, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, Mesdames et Messieurs. Et merci pour l'invitation. Je vais vous parler aujourd'hui surtout de la répression qui s'est accentuée.
I apologize. We don't have
Xi Jinping
interpretation,
est
I think.
devenu secrétaire
No.
général du Parti communiste chinois en 2012 et terminé avec la politique du gouvernement
Monsieur
canadien.
Computer. No, we're good? Okay, sorry. We had an interpretation mishap. We're going to move forward. If you could just start from the beginning, I apologize, but if you could start from the beginning, and we'll add that time to your 6 minutes. Merci.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the invitation. Today I'd like to talk about repression that has occurred since Xi Jinping became General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party in 2012, and I will wrap up with Canada's policy. As you know, I spent 13 years in China in the 80s and 90s and worked as ambassador from 2012 to 2016. And I therefore had an opportunity to see how China evolved and the way that it changed the way it manages its ethnic minorities. There were always tensions in the area in the 18th century by the Qing dynasty, and the measures taken by the Chinese worsened the situation, and it culminated in riots in 2009, and the government was in fact very concerned by the Islamic State. It's also important to remember that in 2013, Chinese faced an unprecedented wave of incidents. The most significant one was a suicide bombing, a car bombing, in fact, which took place in Beijing at Tiananmen Square, which left 40 people dead in 2013, October of 2013. There was also a knife attack at the Kunming train station in 2014. So we could see that there was a problem with an increase in terrorism that the president wanted to deal with. And what President Jinping did was refer to a threat to social stability to impose strict measures, the installation of cameras, control points, the closing and destruction of mosques, for example, control over movements, etc. And since Chen Guo became General Secretary in 2016, we've seen a great deal of repression with the opening of the re-education camps and the confinement of more than 1 million Uyghurs.
Now I would like to talk of the Canadian experience in Xinjiang. We have had, when CEDA was active, we had a very important assistance development program that was mainly focused on the conservation and sustainable use of natural resources, but also helping women to get into business. And so there were a number of very successful number of projects in Xinjiang. We also have had a very sad consular case in as much as a Canadian citizen, Mr. Hussein San Selil, was arrested in Uzbekistan in the spring of 2006 and extradited to China. We have never been able to have consular access to him. Of course, despite this, consular officers have met members of his family during visit to Xinjiang. I went to Xinjiang with a delegation led by Senator Plett in May 2013. This was as part of the activities of the Canada-China Legislative Association. We raised the case of Uyghurs, our concerns. We had meetings at the Islamic Center, but it was clear that all this was a stage. After the departure of the delegation, I traveled to Kashgar. I met with the family of Mr. Selil. I made also a representation with the local authorities to try to improve the situation of Mr. Selil. All this to no avail. I would add that it has become very difficult to discuss human rights issues with China since Xi Jinping came to power. We are now dealing with China that is very confident, assertive, and aggressive. that refuses to receive lists of cases of concern and that rejects what it considers as a foreign interference in its affairs. Furthermore, it has succeeded in controlling the Human Rights Council under the UN, where even Muslim countries will refuse to condemn China for what it is doing in Xinjiang. So what should the Canadian government do? In my view, it is now impossible to remain ambivalent on China after seeing what it is doing in Xinjiang, in Hong Kong, in the South China Sea, not to mention the heavy price that we have been paying since the arrest of Meng Wanzhou. And it's very clear where Xi Jinping wants to take China, as he reported to the 19th Party Congress in October 2017. He said that China has succeeded without adopting Western values, and he gave China as a model for the world. So I think, of course, that we need to continue to engage with China to address major global issues such as pandemics or global climate change. However, as trust has been lost, it is time to take more measures to indicate that we will take a more realistic approach in our dealings with China, one based on the protection and defense of our interests and values, such as freedom of speech, of religion, equal opportunity for all. We should also react quickly to cases of intimidation or interference with Canadians of Chinese origin or Uyghurs or Tibetans living in Canada. There should be zero tolerance for such cases. Of course, we also need to work more closely with like-minded countries to reinforce the multilateral system and to underline that rules apply equally to all. We should also agree on common position and similar to reactions when China acts as a bully or engages in hostage diplomacy. This applies also to whether sanctions should be applied against Chinese officials. I would say that we need to be in good company. And so the message to China should be simple. We welcome you to play a larger role on the international scene, but you have to abide by all international treaties and rules and stop acting as a bully. And I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all of you for your opening statements. We'll now move to questions. This first round, each questioner will have 7 minutes, and we will start with Mr. Sweet.
Thank you very much, Chair. Bienvenue, Monsieur Saint-Jacques. Thank you very much, first off, for your service to Canada. It's greatly appreciated. You mentioned the difference in China since Xi Jinping has become the leader of the CCP, and I posed this question to one of our other panels yesterday, and I'd like to pose it to you that since the great Yellow Emperor and Mao Zedong trying to take that role and the Great Leap Forward, the multiple purgings that happened under Mao Zedong, as well as the 100 Flowers, and all those incidents that cost millions of lives. We haven't seen anybody. I guess I'm asking you this that really resembles Mao as much as Xi Jinping does. I'm wondering if you would share that observation.
Well, I would agree with you. In fact, what has happened in the last few years since Xi Jinping came to power is a move to, going back to the Mao era in the way that propaganda is handled. The fact also that he has dismantled the legacy of Deng Xiaoping in terms of how succession is supposed to take place. He has also slowed down economic reforms, and he is applying a very Stalinist approach, an approach similar to Stalin with regular purges of opponents. Despite this, there are still some voices in the party that are against what he is doing, and that's why I think that if we are taking action to oppose China, this should help those forces inside the Communist Party to try to move the country. A number of people are very concerned by the direction that Xi Jinping has given to the country.
Dr. Anderson, you have 2 PhDs, and you have quite a bit of expertise around Asian studies. I'm wondering if you have observed that there's a link between the treatment that the CCP is, well, really terrorizing treatment of the CCP against the Uyghur Muslims, as well as the manipulation of Burma and the Rohingya Muslims, and how they're being, how they've been treated and really purged out of Burma.
It would be a very interesting and worthwhile structural comparison to make between those two cases. To be very frank, given my area of expertise, I wouldn't feel fully comfortable ruminating orally on that today. But I will say that I think these are both absolutely atrocious, horrendous crimes against humanity that we should not be, we all wish we were not seeing in the 21st century, and that, falls on the responsibility of governments like Canada's, the United States, and also, other actors around the world and multilateral institutions to address, because it's the crimes that are being committed as part of both of those atrocities are absolutely horrible. Thank you.
Ms. Lair, you've actually been on the ground in Burma in the past in your career, and our former ambassador, Mr. St. Jacques, just mentioned about the silence of Arab countries, and I just want to link that back with some previous testimony of one of our witnesses who said that that silence is because of the new Silk Road initiative, that many of the Muslim countries have significant investments from the Chinese Communist Party and have been silenced by virtually being bought off. I wonder if you have any opinion in that regard.
It's very interesting, the difference in the reaction from the majority Muslim world to what's happened to the Rohingya versus the situation in Xinjiang. With the case of the Rohingya, right, there's an International Court of Justice case that's being funded by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So it's a very different situation. And I do think China's a really important player in the world now, and yes, is building around the world and providing loans, and that's influencing behavior. And so it's just a different force to reckon with, and it's going to take more effort. As hard as the situation in Burma has been, the situation in Xinjiang is going to require all sorts of different actors working together to address, from the private sector to governments like Canada to multilateral institutions.
We had, Mr. St. Jacques, we had Bill Browder on earlier, and he, of course, is a champion of the Magnitsky Act, and because of Sergei Magnitsky, and was saying that he feels that one of the most effective things that Canada could do would be to use that surgical capability of actually naming and sanctioning those individuals who are involved in this Uyghur terrorization. Would you agree with that?
Well, I would say in theory, it's a very useful tool. But the problem is that if you look at the hotspots around the world, so far we have been reluctant. The Canadian government has been reluctant to use this. And I would say that, of course, we know how China can be vindicative, and we have paid already a heavy price. And so I think that the Canadian government would need to look at this, and in terms of consistency of how we should use this act. And that's why I said earlier that we should work a lot more closely with allies to develop common responses and common attitude. I must say that faced with all the evidence that we now have on what's happening in Xinjiang, I think that we need to take common measures, and among them would be whether we should take sanctions against Chinese officials, and of course be conscious that probably China will want to retaliate, and that's why I said earlier that we need to be in good company.
Khaled for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for your compelling testimony. I'm just going to seek some points of clarification. Dr. Anderson, in your recommendation as well as in your remarks today, you referred to what's happening to the Uyghur community as crimes against humanity, and one of your recommendations was to investigate whether a genocide has occurred. Can you please provide a distinction between the two?
Dr. Anderson, if you can
Sorry.
unmute. Yes, thank you.
Excuse me. Yes. Unfortunately, right, it would turn out that having a PhD or even having two of them does not mean that you are capable of unmuting your, your sound when you need to. Right? So crimes against humanity and genocide are two distinct legal concepts. I will qualify my statements I'm about to make by reminding you that I am not a legal expert by any means, but my understanding is that crimes against humanity focuses on the circumstances that might lead to, for example, the killing of a large number of individuals, whereas genocide is not necessarily about killing, can include it, but also, but more specifically focuses on the destruction of groups and a series of circumstances and conditions that lead to the destruction of those particular groups. I would happily yield my time to comment to either of my co-panelists if they can feel that they can more adequately address this question, but thank you.
Ms. Lear, you'd also use the same terminology as Dr. Anderson if you'd like to provide some insight.
Yeah, I mean, I think at a high level, the difference is that crimes against humanity involve a widespread and concerted attack against the civilian population, but that might not be based on, let's say, their identity as a group. And when you look at genocide, there's both an intent to destroy a group in whole or part. There's the fact that you are trying to destroy a group in whole or in part, and that there's an intent to do so. Okay. So they are legally different, and the intent element of genocide in particular can be a little bit challenging to establish.
Thank you. Ms. Lear, in your remarks, you had talked about forced labor. We've heard many proposed recommendations from other witnesses as to how to deal with this very challenging issue of supply. There are two kind of recommendations that are before us. One is the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise, which Canada has just launched, and we're wondering if that would be an effective way of monitoring or following the supply chain. The second that was recommended was that CUSMA, the USMCA has provisions in it now that restrict the use of forced labor in supply chains. What are some of your recommendations as to how could Canada monitor its supply chains to make sure that it's free of forced labor, especially from the Uyghur community?
So to really understand this and understand what the risks are, you ideally would not only be looking at direct exports into Canada or imports into Canada from Xinjiang, but also the indirect implications in your supply chains, and that's the harder part. In my experience, what you need is someone with Mandarin skills, strong written Mandarin research skills, to be looking at company documents, Chinese company documents and government statements to identify some of these companies that are involved in the pairing program, getting subsidies for re-educating people, et cetera. And so that takes research. But I think that if you were to have perhaps your ombudsman, they would need funding to hire that person with the expertise. You can't do it in English. They might be able to help provide watch lists of companies to be aware of, and also the sectors to focus on. I actually think that would be quite helpful. I also would suggest that when you think about Global Magnitsky or your equivalent, those kinds of sanctions, I agree with the ambassador that they need to be used on a multilateral level. From everything we know about sanctions, that's what makes them effective. But you can target companies too, or government officials, at least with US GLOMAG, you can. So I think that's another opportunity. And frankly, company officials may care a lot more about coming to the US and Canada than CCP officials somewhere in Xinjiang. So I just want to plant that idea as an option. Another element you could consider, and this could be broader than just Xinjiang, would be having the kind of ban on goods produced with forced labor that the US has. Again, you could do that in a way that isn't only, it's not anti-China, it's just trying to manage forced labor issues across the world. And obviously, I think that engagement with your companies and trying to get them to start proactively looking at their supply chains is really, really key. In the US, there's a really strong push for that we'll see over the coming weeks. So I hope that helps address some of your questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Lear. Thank you. I just have one last question. Mr. Saint-Jacques, you had mentioned the number of times that you were advocating in your role as ambassador for Mr. Salil, who is imprisoned in China. What had been over the whole span of trying to advocate and provide consular services? What had been the response that you received from the Chinese government?
Well, unfortunately, the response has always been consistent. They have said that he had acquired Canadian citizenship illegally, and therefore they said that for that reason he was Chinese. They said also that he had not officially renounced his Chinese citizenship, although the Chinese citizenship law says that if you acquire a foreign nationality, you automatically lose your Chinese citizenship. So despite their own law, they kept saying that he was Chinese, and they always refuse to our entreaties to see him, to ensure that he would have access to a lawyer. And therefore we were always Stonewall, and this including I recall when Prime Minister Harper came to visit during my time as ambassador. I think it was in 2014. He raised the case of Mr. Salil, and he was told that he is Chinese.
Now we'll move to Monsieur Brunel Duceppe for 7 minutes.
Je tiens à remercier les témoins.
I'd like to thank the witnesses for coming today. It's very much appreciated. This subcommittee is doing important work, so we're very happy to have you with us. My first question is for Mr. Saint-Jacques. Yesterday, Irwin Cotler, former Minister of Justice and a person very involved in international human rights, appeared before the committee, and he said that Canada should declare genocide, say that a genocide is occurring in the area. So I put the question directly to you. Do you agree with that approach, Mr. Saint-Jacques? Answer. Personally, I think what's happening is a genocide. It's difficult to conclude any otherwise, especially when you look at all of the measures that have been put in place by the Chinese government to limit fertility of women, among other things, detention, the way that the Uyghurs are being treated in the re-education camps. However, before we can declare or state that a genocide is occurring, I think that we need to work with our partners. It's unfortunate that efforts undertaken by the UN in Geneva didn't reach an outcome, and it's difficult to resolve these issues because now the Human Rights Commission is under Chinese control at the UN. If we have good partners, then we could declare that a genocide is underway and take action. Question. Well, if Canada were to take a stand without its partners and state that a genocide was occurring without its multilateral partners, what would the impact be? What kind of an impact would that statement have on Chinese-Canadian relations? Answer. I think it would deteriorate the relations. We've reached the worst point in 50 years when it comes to relations between Canada and China, and the traditional approach by China is to punish anyone that criticizes them. So we need to see very strict measures. And they would do so in order to make other countries afraid. So that's why we need to have a joint approach with other countries in order to develop a common approach. We're talking about all of our Western values that are at stake here. Question. Since 2018, Xi Jinping is in his position, contrary to what happened in the past. How do you think things will change if we look at the situation and the permanent nature of his position? Answer. Well, it's very difficult to predict changes or foresee changes because he's eliminated his adversaries with the anti-corruption campaign. He used that, in fact, to eliminate potential successors. Having said that, there are some pockets of resistance within the Communist Party, as I mentioned earlier. So what we need to do is try to develop approaches to encourage those people. There are a lot of people who are discontent. They're complaining about the economy in China. They're complaining about the policies put in place by Xi Jinping. And so there again, we need to look at how we could help those groups. But Xi Jinping might well be in place for many, many years. Well, thank you, Mr. Saint-Jacques. I do now have a question for Ms. Lear. Earlier in your opening remarks, you talked about the supply chain. To the best of your knowledge, could we identify Western companies that are currently involved in that supply chain?
Certainly possible to identify companies that are involved in that supply chain. It just takes research. So again, I don't know what the quality of your import data is. For me, I can look quite easily. I just pay a little money and I get access to a commercial database that shows me everything shipping directly from Xinjiang. And I can see who it ships to. It's quite easy in the US. I know that the quality of data is not always publicly available for other countries, so I just don't know Canada as well. But I think that's step one. That's the easy part. It's quite easy to not get direct imports from Xinjiang if you're a company, and all of them should be looking at that at this point, right? They've been warned about the problem. The issue will be looking deeper in the supply chain at companies that are sourcing from there maybe 4 or 5 tiers away. And that requires the kind of research I mentioned earlier.
OK. Merci. Vous semblez avoir eu accès à...
Well, thank you. You appear to have had access to a lot of evidence provided by survivors there. Could you give us some more detail on what people have suffered in that region?
So our interviews were focused primarily on the issues around forced labor, but we did get a sense of the larger picture because we also talked to them about some of the conditions of detainment. And the people we talked to were just ordinary people. They weren't all Uyghur. They were from different ethnic groups that were Muslim. And they had been, they were mothers, fathers, normal people who'd been sort of just swept up and detained, sometimes in multiple detention facilities, sometimes severely physically abused, depending on the facility that they were in, sometimes just hit with wooden sticks when their Mandarin was wrong and not allowed to go to the bathroom without a guard and things like that. It was just demeaning and exhausting and frightening. And then put into forced labor. So again, we were really focused on that element. But I think, what we learned was they were working for either no income or about, in the course of a year, they'd be paid what you should have been paid in a month. They were constantly guarded. So they were living in dormitories and with guards, and then going on buses with guards to the factories every day. And there were police in the factories and security. And they had no idea when this would end or how it would end. All of their devices were monitored. It's just, I think, the level of state control and surveillance, we've never seen anything like it before in the history of the world.
Thank you.
Merci.
Moving to Ms. McPherson for 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony today. This is very, very interesting. I have questions for all three of you, but I think I'll just start with Ms. Lair, if I could. You talked a little bit about the forced. Well, you talked a lot about the forced labor, and certainly I know we unfortunately cut you off a little bit during your introductory comment. So I'd like to give you a little bit of space for that. One of the areas that you talked about was poverty alleviation, and that was being used as an excuse. Could you talk about that a little bit more for me, please?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. And so what we know about poverty alleviation is taken mostly from public documents, but a little bit based on our interviews as well. But it's a program that on its face sounds quite benign, right? It's the idea of moving all these minorities who are backwards and poor, living in rural areas, moving them into factory jobs, with the assumption being that that must be what they want. And there are quotas. So government officials are expected to meet certain quotas. And typically, as a human rights lawyer, I would just say when quotas like this are imposed and there are punishments for not meeting them, you end up with some really bad situations. And in this case, we're concerned that people are being forced to be part of poverty alleviation, transferred to work when they don't want to, because the government officials are trying to meet their quotas. And some of this was confirmed through our interviews. We weren't looking at the time for people who'd been in poverty alleviation programming, but we happened to talk to people who'd been working side by side with people who were part of the poverty alleviation program and had been transferred to factories. And just like the former detainees were being paid, again, minimum wage for a month over the course of a year, having to live in dormitories, separated from their family, watched at all times, not there by choice. And they'd been told that if they didn't engage in this programming and go to work, that they would be sent to a detention center.
And just for a follow-up, very quick follow-up on that, when they are sent to the poverty alleviation or into this forced labor, into these dormitories, their children are left behind, I'm assuming, or how what happened? What do you know about the results of that?
So I believe Adrian Zenz, who may have testified for you already, has written more about this. But one of the really key concerns is that all these children are being left with no caretakers because villages apparently in some areas are almost empty. So there's no one to watch them and they become wards of the state and are sent to state-run schools.
Thank you. And one last question for you before I move on. You talk a little bit about making sure that we're encouraging companies to explore their supply chains. Could you talk a little bit about? I mean, that seems to me like a nice idea that they would do that of their own volition, which may not actually be the case in some multinational corporations. What are some of the steps we could take to maybe be a little bit sterner than encourage?
Well, I mean, a fairly soft approach is to require reporting on, have they conducted due diligence on their supply chains, have them report that, what was it? Did they find linkages to Xinjiang? So there could be just a pure transparency requirement and that alone, because most companies won't want to say that they found Xinjiang buried in their supply chain, may have an influence. In the US, we have the Tariff Act, and that can be used to seize goods produced anywhere in the supply chain with forced labor. And so in the US, that is a pretty powerful tool. I'm not aware of Canada having the same tool, but I was suggesting that in general, given your government's strong stance against forced labor, it might be worth considering a measure like that. So those would be some of the ways you could at least start to impose expectations on companies, and you can ratchet it up from there if they're not responding.
Excellent. Well, and then I might just go and ask Dr. Anderson a quick question as well. You spoke a little bit about the resource extraction in the area. Could you tell me, so I'm assuming that there is evidence of forced labor being used with some of this resource extraction, but if you could talk about that, and maybe whether or not there are Canadian or international companies that are also implicated in this resource extraction that's happening in the area.
Yes, we do know of a long history of international corporations. I'm not totally certain about Canadian corporations in particular, but international corporations being involved in, for example, coal and other parts of the energy sectors and so forth. Most of the forced labor that we're seeing in the current campaign, however, is connected to these industries that Ms. Lair already mentioned. So textiles, electronics, and agriculture, food production, tomatoes, ketchup even, that is making its way around the world, right, is directly involved, not even just implicated in these forced labor schemes. So we're seeing a lot of different things. However, with this resource extraction that I talked about, that is linked really closely to a form of settler colonialism that has only been increasing in the region since the CCP came into power in it. And so it is deeply tied to the transfer of non-Uyghur, non-Kazakh, non-Kyrgyz people, non-indigenous peoples from outside the region into it to work for a basically paramilitary state organization that is extracting resources such as coal and oil and so forth. So it's a related system, not completely separate, not completely the same thing either. Thank you.
Oh, well, and very, very quickly, I only have 40 seconds, but can you just confirm then that obviously the mineral and resource sector wealth within that region would be also a contributing factor for why some of these impacts are being seen?
Absolutely. Excuse me. Absolutely. It is those minerals and other resources are a contributing factor.
Thank you.
Okay, that leads us into our second round of questions. It'll be 5 minutes for each member, and we'll start with Mr. Zuberi.
Okay. I'd like to first off thanks everybody for joining us with your expert testimony. I'd like to flesh out, we spoke about supply chains. We spoke about the province, ex-UAR. We didn't speak about Uyghur people and other minorities that are being transferred out of the province into mainland and how those supply chains are impacted. Can you speak a bit about that?
I'm happy to start. So there was an important report by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, or ASPI, that went into this in some detail. So I mentioned earlier these programs around pairing. So the pairing program where the sort of mainland companies are paired up with different parts of Xinjiang, and then also poverty alleviation and labor transfers. So what we've seen is that some of these minorities are actually being transferred, actually in quite large numbers, tens of thousands, to other parts of China to work in supplier factories. And what the ASPI report indicated is that some of those factories are, in fact, in the supply chains of major global brands. And so that's a new risk that needs to be better understood and that companies certainly should be able to identify and address.
So there are about 83 companies named, big name companies, brand name companies in that report. So while we look at what's the produce within the province, we should also be looking at produce outside the province that is coming from forced labor in our analysis at the same time.
That's right. And one of the things we're trying to understand better that I mentioned is that with the pairing program, certain Chinese provinces that are participating, their companies have basically helped dictate the sectoral focus of that particular pairing program. So you might even be able to say, well, in this province, the highest risk is going to be in electronics and food production, but in another province, it might be apparel. So if you did the research, there are some indicators of risk.
Okay. Can you speak about Canadian technology or Western technology in general supporting the surveillance of the minorities that we're talking about here within the province?
So if it's okay, I'll take that on and then maybe see if anyone else wants to follow up. So it's a great question and one that needs, frankly, more understanding. We know that actually the surveillance in the province is primarily being conducted by Chinese companies that are really, in a way, this is like their kind of laboratory for experimentation. They're getting lots of funding from the state. And so they're getting very good at things like facial recognition and machine learning. But there are components they need from the West, DNA sequencers too. So they're getting both probably some components and parts from the West. And there's been a series of US government actions to try to address that as recently as yesterday. And then also, I think the other thing to look at that people aren't considering very much is who's investing in some of these Chinese companies, and is there US or Canadian venture capital, let's say, going into the Chinese companies that are actually directly involved in the abuses.
I don't know if anybody else has to contribute to that, but just want to throw one thought while you do contribute. Can we also tie in the Chinese papers and the way how the new information has come on out that shows that there is a program going on from the top? If you want to factor that into your answer, please.
Sure. If I might jump in to address this point about technology and the high-tech tools, I'll just say a number of these Chinese companies, as Ms. Lair just said, are really involved in the surveillance that packages what is happening together. They have deep and close ties to universities, research centers, other researchers around the world. And so we've seen cases of US-based research labs that have scientists who have been collaborating and not really realizing, I think, in some cases, that they are collaborating on something so sinister, ultimately. So from our perspective, right, we think it is vital at the Uyghur Human Rights Project to make sure that tech firms in China who are doing work like this and contributing to the system cannot buy components from companies outside, right? That is one way to help stop this from happening.
Thank you.
To Mr. Genius for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the witnesses. And I'll just, if I can pick up with Ms. Lair, just kind of right where we were. So there's a number of companies, NukeTech, Dua, Hikvision. These are Chinese companies with close relationships with this Chinese state that we know play some role in supplying security technology. And in fact, we also know there are cases where the government of Canada has considered purchasing technology from these companies. There's also with Dua and Hikvision, our pension fund is invested in these companies. So I wonder if you could, would you recommend that we could take a simple step and prohibit this kind of action going forward?
So I would assume that your pension fund has social and environmental screens that it uses when it invests. And if so, it would seem to me that if they took those seriously, it would have implications for those kinds of investments. And that would be an opportunity to try to act. I also think obviously what the US has been doing with export controls is worth looking at, because there's been a whole series, as you probably are aware, of different export controls from the US that really focus on the sale of certain kinds of technologies to these companies based on the fact that they're involved in human rights abuses in Xinjiang as surveillance and technology companies. So
Okay.
I think those are two obvious opportunities.
Okay, thank you. So the screens and the export controls in place. And I wonder, just kind of digging further into the supply of components. So for instance, a company like Immervision that supplies component parts for Hikvision cameras. Do you think as well that we should seek to limit investments in companies that are supplying components that are then used by companies that are supplying technology, and it's part of this repression?
Elise may want to follow up, but I think I'd just be strategic, right? So the US has tried to focus on particular technologies that are really vital and maybe where US companies play an important role in providing them. So it may not be feasible to block every single component that could possibly be used by Hikvision, but what are the ones that would hurt?
Okay, thank you. And I guess, aside from legal blocking, anybody watching this or listening to this should make every effort to not be investing in components, because there's what we can do legally, but then there's also individual responsibility to try and avoid these kind of investments. Ms. Anderson, or Dr. Anderson, did you want to comment on this further?
No, I think Ms. Lair put it very pithily.
Okay, thank you. I had another question for you then. What we're seeing in some parts of China, for instance, with the Christian community, is efforts to co-opt religious practice and kind of control it. So the Chinese state says, okay, you can have your churches, but you've got to take down the crosses and replace them with images of Xi Jinping. I wonder if we see any of this kind of co-opting happening in the Muslim context, or is it kind of just a straight out destruction effort?
Well, we have, my organization, the Uyghur Human Rights Project, has documented the actual physical destruction of a number of mosques and other holy sites over the last few years since this most recent campaign of atrocities began. So they actually have, the state has gone and removed stars and crescents from the tops of mosques. It has removed important signage. It has bulldozed some mosques and then replaced them with new structures. It has turned cemeteries into parking lots and so forth. So we are seeing destruction that is similar, but on a scale across the whole of Uyghur society.
Thank you very much. Back to Ms. Larry, you mentioned import data, and I think we should go back and look at what's available on the Canadian side. But is there an opportunity for us to share import data more effectively among like-minded countries to benefit from the data that, for instance, the United States is gathering, and to kind of have a coordinated response as we track what's in our supply chains?
I think that would be very helpful. It's not easy to track global supply chains. And we've found basically that we're able to understand what's coming into the US, at least directly, but we have no idea what's going on with Europe. And I don't believe we currently have access to data for Canada, but it may be that we just didn't try to buy it. I also believe that some stuff is transshipped to Canada through the US. So you could at least maybe see that.
Thank you.
But yes.
Ms. Van den Beld for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to all of the witnesses. I'd like to start with Ambassador Saint-Jacques. I noted that you said in your statement that if we are to act, we need to be in good company, that we should be working with like-minded countries, like, for instance, the Five Eyes. How do we... Are there ways, do you have suggestions for how we can help lead and mobilize that kind of effort multilaterally? For instance, we recently saw even New Zealand didn't sign on Hong Kong, a statement that we did with our other Five Eyes partners. Is there a way that this can be done? And then the flip side of that same question is the concern that you raised that if states go by themselves, if countries move by themselves, they then become the warning off other countries. So it needs to be done in conjunction. So how do we actually do that?
Well, I think that there are efforts that need to be made to sensitize all countries that, in fact, we are all in the same boat and we have a lot at stake here. And you may have heard this notion that, in fact, it's China that is changing us more than we are changing China. And I firmly believe that this is what's happening. In the case of Canada, if you look at the engagement strategy pursued by the federal government in the last year and a half since the arrest of Michael Kovik and Michael Spavor, China has succeeded in forcing Canada to mute its voice. We have expressed very mild comments, criticism on what's happening in Xinjiang, on what China is doing in Hong Kong or in the South China Sea. And I think that that's why I was saying that we have to make more efforts to try to reinforce the multilateral system. That applies not only to international trade, but also to human rights, because what we are seeing now is a gradual erosion. China is very active, has been very successful with its Belt and Road Initiative that some of you refer to as the Silk Road. They are providing loans and forcing countries to avoid criticizing China. So I think that, again, we have a lot at stake. It's a question of using evidence like the one that we have heard today to tell others, well, we cannot remain quiet on what's happening in Xinjiang. Let's discuss seriously what measures we can take together. So that would force China to think twice. The Chinese leadership is very concerned about the image of China, although under Xi Jinping, you are seeing a China that is a lot more aggressive and arrogant and assertive, but still they are concerned. They need the world because 19% of their GDP comes from international trade. And again, the message to them should be, you have to change your ways. You have to stop acting like a bully. Otherwise, we won't have trust in you, and we will restrict contacts.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to then go to Ms. Lair. I noticed in the beginning you had a number of recommendations, and when you said them very quickly at the end of your statements. Did you want to take this time to elaborate on some of those?
I've touched on them in some of my answers to your questions to get them in. I'm sorry, I thought I had a little more time than I did for my statement. So one of the suggestions I had was, because I know there's a Canadian version of the Global Magnitsky Act, which is called GLOMAC in the US, that you think about how that could be applied not only to CCP officials involved in abuses, but also potentially to companies and their officers in China. It's an approach called network sanctions that a lot of us think is really how you can make sanctions effective. I also thought the idea of maintaining and updating public watch lists of companies, particularly Chinese companies, known to use XUAR forced labor or suspected of doing so, would be helpful. And if you look at our report from October in 2019, we outline how we think you could create that. Again, the idea of having seizures of products produced with forced labor, including Xinjiang forced labor, would create, I think, the motivation for companies that you might be looking for to get on top of this. You could think about government procurement practices too. That's one that I'd like the US government to think about more as well. But where do you procure your stuff? And is it coming from Xinjiang? That's something the government itself has control over. Is it affected by forced labor? And then I think most of all, it is this question, you can do what you want in forced labor in terms of affecting company behavior, but it is this question of how do you work with allies? How do we have a multilateral or at least multifaceted approach to this so that it really starts to have the impact we need to have? The US has been doing some things often on its own. It obviously hasn't led to the results anyone wanted, and we really need
Now we'll move for 5 minutes to Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'd like to go to you, Mr. Saint-Jacques. And yesterday morning, there was a letter from a Chinese diplomat on Hong Kong dealing with security, and it was published in La Presse, the newspaper in Montreal. Now, I suspect that the gesture was because of the change in media coverage. To the best of your knowledge, have they done this type of thing in other media? Will this put pressure on diplomatic relations? Answer. Well, I think that diplomatic pressure is on the rise and is quite strong. You heard the expression wolf warriors. That reflects more aggressive strategies by diplomats, by Chinese diplomats. And we saw that with the previous ambassador, Liu Charrier, who had criticized Prime Minister Trudeau, criticized Ms. Freeland when she was Minister of Foreign Affairs. So their diplomacy is much more aggressive. As regards the letter in La Presse, the newspaper, there's an excellent response today that was prepared, which counters the letter, because the letter written by the Chinese diplomat is full of false information. There was never any consultations. Opponents weren't given an opportunity to express their views. And the unfortunate side of it all is that this is also happening in the United States. China Daily has put information in the Washington Post and other U.S. newspapers, and they're using freedom of expression in our societies. But for our diplomats, it's absolutely impossible to reciprocate or to do something and express an opinion in Chinese newspapers. So there is abuse on that side of things. And that's what the Chinese diplomats are doing. Question, again on diplomacy. We saw Great Britain ban Huawei from its territory. Do you think it would be possible to do so here? Would it have an impact on diplomacy or in other areas? Answer. Well, the federal government will have to make a decision on the issue. Alexandre Sirois, in La Presse on the weekend, said that Canada could perhaps use New Zealand's approach, where they've refused to allow companies one by one to use Huawei without officially stating that they've imposed a ban on the product. I think that ultimately confidence has been lost. My opinion's changed on the issue. A few years ago, I thought that perhaps we could deal with Huawei. Now, with everything that we've seen, with what we know what's going on in China, I don't think that we can take the chance. I don't think we can make our facilities and installations vulnerable and allow Huawei to participate in the development of this technology. Thank you. I don't have very much time, but a question for Ms. Anderson. We've heard a great deal of evidence before this committee, and we've learned a number of things, and we've had evidence that there is genocide, but also cultural genocide underway. That there are attempts to completely assimilate the Uyghur and other ethnic minorities. Do you have an idea what's happening with artists, with Uyghur artists, with the Uyghur culture in Xinjiang?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, over the last few years, I have watched from afar as a number of musicians and other performing artists have been disappeared into various forms of extrajudicial and extra-legal detention. So some have gone to camps, some have gone to prison. One recently is reportedly sentenced to 15 years in a closed trial for which there's absolutely no documentation anywhere, right? So we're seeing musicians and the cultural elite disappear alongside all sorts of people from all walks of life in Uyghur society. And we're also I'm seeing a decrease in musical activity. That was the particular focus of my research on music. Public concerts have gone down to basically zero. The professional ensembles don't perform anymore. There's not much of a public cultural life left. And that is very alarming because the previous cultural public life was a space and a forum for the survival of Uyghur tradition and Uyghur language and so forth. So a lot of spaces are gone. Thank you.
Merci
Thank
beaucoup.
you. Thank you. Ms. Khalid, for 5 minutes.
Do any of you have questions? Okay. So
Mr. Zuberi?
If I can split my
Mr.
time,
Zuberi.
thank you. Thank you.
This is for anybody who wants to answer this, maybe for the ambassador, but all who are comfortable answering it. We know that there was the Chinese papers revealed in 2019. Before, we were just hearing anecdotes. In 2019, those papers were revealed, and that showed, according to New York Times reporting and the Independent Consortium of Journalists, a program where those leaked government documents expose a program. Can you talk about that? How that before was anecdotal, now we have concrete information from the center showing this is in force. Thank you.
Well, maybe let me start. Yes, indeed, this was an important revelation. And in fact, it's linked to what I was saying earlier, that there is no unanimity among Chinese people. A lot of Chinese intellectuals decry what's happening in Xinjiang and in Tibet. And I think that in this case, this was a very well-kept document with limited circulation. So you must assume that it was someone in the Communist Party that decided to leak a copy. And in a way, once you know that, and also after all the reports that have been produced, again, I think it's impossible to remain ambivalent on China.
If I could jump in and address that as well, I absolutely agree. I think it was remarkable that the leak came from within the Communist Party itself. I'll also just say, I think it bears really saying very clearly that so much of what we know about what is happening, we know from government documents, right? Researchers are analyzing government data. They are analyzing government documents. We are analyzing records that are there on the internet, being circulated on social media. Every now and then there have been 3 very high profile leaks. There was this one to the New York Times. Then in November, I want to believe, of last year, there was the ICIJ China cables. Then in February, we had the Karakosh document or the Karakosh list. So there is ample evidence, and it comes from the mouths of Chinese government officials themselves.
Thank you. And that's very substantial because we oftentimes think it's anecdotal. It's not anecdotal. That's the point I'm trying to underscore here.
Agreed. Yes.
Is Khaled? Yes. Do you have or should I
There's
go to
time,
Ms. McPherson?
Is there time? Do I have time?
There's like a minute, but we'll have one other round.
Okay, no, then go ahead.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. McPherson, and what I'll say is, after Ms. McPherson does her 5 minutes, we'll have a final round where we're going to have a question or two from each party, and an opportunity for our witnesses. Then, if something has not been asked that you want to bring forward, we ask that you share that in our next round during that time. Okay. Thank you. And Ms. McPherson now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions for Mr. St. Jacques. Again, thank you for all of the panelists for your interventions. They've been very, very helpful. I was intrigued a little bit in your opening comments, Mr. St. Jacques, in terms of talking about CETA and our international development, funding, which I believe ceased in 2013, if I'm correct. You wouldn't be recommending that we reinstate any funding for civil society within that framework again, would you?
Well, maybe thank you for the opportunity to expand, because I had a lot more to say. And when I heard that I had only 6 minutes, apart from the CETA projects, and at the time the situation was quite different. I think that the Chinese government had not embarked on its campaign of assimilation, of destruction of Uyghur culture. And in fact, there was support from the Chinese government to help Uyghur women to get into business, to develop a small trade. Apart from these official programs, I should add also that at the embassy, we have what we call the Canada Fund that can be used to support small projects. When I was ambassador, we would use these projects and sometimes would give a grant of $20,000 or $50,000 to help people to organize a cooperative or to fight discrimination based on sex or on gender. And we got a quite good result. We had a few projects in Xinjiang. I must say that once the Chinese government changed the law on NGOs in China, preventing them from getting foreign funding, it became almost impossible to fund any of these projects. And the Chinese government was very concerned that some of these projects could lead to social instability.
Wonderful. Thank you for that answer. And I guess just to follow up on that, when we look at, you had spoken of the idea that many of the Muslim countries that are not speaking out against this atrocity, that this is a bit of a problem there, that silence. One of the things that we've also seen is some deep movement by China into sub-Saharan Africa. Obviously, they have huge ambitions to continue to colonize, to expand their influence within sub-Saharan Africa. Is there an opportunity, or could there be an opportunity to work with allies within countries in sub-Saharan Africa to push back? Is that another avenue for us to develop allies to work together?
Well, yes, I would agree with that. In fact, let's remember that Canada used to have a very important presence in Africa. It's too bad that this has been substantially reduced over the last 10 years, but we still have an important capital of goodwill. People remember all the good projects that were undertaken. Let's remember also that in sub-Saharan Africa, there are countries with large Muslim population. And in fact, there are initiatives that have been started. There's one that involves the US, Canada, and Japan to create an international fund to compete with the fund proposed by China. I would add also that the attitude of some African countries has started to change with the way that China managed the COVID-19 pandemic, and the fact that there were reports of African nationals being badly treated, especially in Guangdong in southern China. And so we should pay attention to what China is doing in Africa, because again, they are forcing these countries to support their positions, and that's an area where we should invest a little bit more to offer more choices to these countries.
I'm a big believer in increased overseas development assistance, and I can only imagine that would put us in a better footing to push back on some of this movement with the CPP. Thank you very much.
So now we'll go into our final round. As I just had mentioned earlier, each party will have an opportunity to ask a question, maybe two. And at the end of the questions from all of the members from the different parties, the witnesses will have an opportunity, if we've missed something, or just to give some parting remarks for the last 30 seconds or a minute. And with that, we're going to go to Ms. Khalid.
Thank you, Chair. I have a small question, and I believe that Ms. Vanderbell also has a question. Monsieur Saint-Jacques, in your remarks, you had spoken a little bit about the history of terrorism within China in 2013 and 2014, which led to increased surveillance on the Muslim community within China, especially within the Xinjiang province. Can you just expand on that for us a little bit? I mean, my understanding is, and please, I would hope for clarification if I'm incorrect, that the surveillance was going on before these incidents had occurred as well. If you can please comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you're right. In fact, there was increased surveillance, but what happened after, there were 4 attacks that took place. Of course, the genesis of all of this was this very important riot that took place in Urumqi, the capital of Xinjiang, in 2009. But after that, in 2013 and 2014, I was in China at the time. There was this first attack on Tiananmen Square in October in Beijing, then a very gruesome attack using knives at the Kunming train station on March 1st, 2014. Then there was an explosion at the Urumqi train station. And then finally, a suicide attack in an open market in Urumqi on May 22nd, 2014. I had discussion with Chinese officials in the Communist Party of China after those events to tell them that, in fact, the policy that they were following was the reason why they were generating those attacks, and in fact, they had to change the attitude. I recall mentioning to people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I said, you know, look at the example of Canada. Here I am, a French Canadian, as ambassador in one of the most important countries in the world. Can you point to me to a Uyghur ambassador that you have anywhere around the world, or a Tibetan that occupies a function of ambassador? And I said, you have to give better opportunities to your people while letting them protect their cultures. I said, there is a sense of despair for what you are doing, and you are creating for yourself a lot of resentment, and this will come back to haunt you. And of course, this led to very difficult conversations, but they were not in a mood to follow any advice.
Mr. Genyas, for a question.
So I have one observation, then two questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just think Ambassador Saint-Jacques' point about the forceful response of African leaders to the racism subjected on African nationals during the COVID situation, especially in southern China, I think provides a powerful example that even countries that are potentially very vulnerable to Chinese efforts at colonialism were able to stand up and push back, and it had, I think, a real impact. So I think that's a model for us to follow. My first question is for Dr. Anderson again on the issue of colonialism. You spoke about colonialism, and we see those colonial efforts inside the territory of the PRC as well as beyond it. And it seems to me that it's important for other countries to, at a minimum, refuse to be partners in that colonialism. And yet we see many nations, including Canada, that are members of, for instance, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, that is part of the broader Belt and Road Initiative. So I wonder if you can speak to the AIIB, what you think about countries being members of it, and the degree to which maybe that provides the appearance of legitimacy for the Belt and Road Initiative.
Right, that is a big and thorny and, of course, very, very important question. And for me and for my organization, it fundamentally comes back to this issue of when are we going to, we collectively, globally, actually act on the values that we say we hold, right? When are we going to prioritize human rights? Not even necessarily over economic gain, but at least as much as, right? So many of us pay lip service to those values, and so many of us pay lip service to human rights, and meanwhile we are not, actually practicing those values in the way that our countries make policy, in the way that we interact with figures like China. I do understand that, there are a number of countries and a number of governments that are in a tough bind and that, see that they have things to gain from China. But my question is, at what expense? Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess one of the arguments that we've heard back from the government about membership in the AIIB is that, it's better to have a Canadian voice at the table. We represent less than 1% of the voting shares of this kind of neo-colonial vehicle. It seems to me that having a voice at the table in a so-called development bank that's modus operandi is spreading Chinese state colonialism just sort of misses the point entirely of what the objective of that entity is. But you'd love to hear your response on that.
Well, right. And if you have a voice, but you never actually say anything, or you have a voice, but you only kind of nod your head sort of in agreement with what's happening, then what good is that voice?
Thank you. Just if I have a brief amount of time, I wanted to ask about organ harvesting.
To Monsieur Brunel Dussel.
Bon, mais déjà, ça va être la...
Well, this is the last opportunity I'll have to speak to you, so I'd like to thank you all for participating at the subcommittee. Thank you for coming. Mr. Saint-Jacques, I've got one last question for you. You talked about the New Zealand approach a little earlier. Is that something you could clarify? You could provide some greater detail to the committee on? Could you tell us more about the New Zealand approach? You're the first witness to mention it. Well, the New Zealand approach was such that they never stated specifically that they were prohibiting Huawei from participating. When New Zealand companies seek an authorization for the use of Huawei products, the request is rejected. So without having to announce publicly that Huawei couldn't participate, it's the policy that they've used. So more generally speaking, when it comes to cases of interference, we've got a lot to learn from countries like New Zealand and Australia. In the case of Australia, they adopted 4 pieces of legislation to prevent interference on domestic issues. And I think that we should draw some inspiration from what they did in order to update our legislation. Question. So does that mean then that citizens or victims living in Canada could be monitored by Chinese officials? So is there something different with respect to New Zealand and Australia? Well, in Australia, they attempted to ban interference. There was evidence of interference in politics. They've banned all donations coming from abroad. They require all former ministers, ambassadors, etc., working abroad to declare the work that they're doing. And they've also strengthened rules. If they determine cases of intimidation, people who are refugees, Uyghurs, or from Tibet, they will take action against the people committing the intimidation. So that's the kind of message that needs to be sent to China. Zero tolerance in that regard. Thank you very much.
For the final question, then the panel witnesses will have an opportunity each to just give a minute or so if we've missed something, just to conclude.
Well, and I, as the representative for the New Democratic Party, I have the privilege of always being the last to address our witnesses. So I did want to actually give you all some time to summarize or follow up if there are some points that you weren't able to bring up earlier. And I thought maybe what I would do is frame it a little bit of if there is something that you think we should be doing, that the parliamentarians in Canada should be doing, that this committee should be doing more, if there is something that you think that we need to be doing more at the multilateral level, and finally, is there something we need to be doing more to support those people within China who are those internal forces that we can use to push back. So I'll open it up to all three of you to have your comments if that's all right with you, and maybe because I really did love that line, Dr. Anderson, of if you have a voice but don't say anything. Maybe perhaps we could start with you.
I'm trying to gather my thoughts here, right? But I think specifically I wanted to kind of jump in at several points but didn't really get the chance. On multilateral action, my organization has been watching and has been happy to see a little bit of movement, a little bit of action in that regard. So on June 26th, more than 50 UN experts issued a statement denouncing China's human rights record, notably the treatment of Uyghurs and Tibetans, as well as the deteriorating situation in Hong Kong. On June 29th, the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, a group of parliamentarians from 15 countries, called for a resolution to be tabled at the UN, specifically about the situation in the Uyghur region. So I would urge Canadian lawmakers to use your voices, right, to be part of those kinds of statements that are actually happening. There is some multilateral movement and multilateral action. I also wanted a chance to say that I think that there are, I mentioned them in my very quick rundown of policy recommendations, haven't gotten a chance to mention them yet. There are things Canada can do to focus on refugee admissions for Uyghurs who are stateless. There is a crisis of Uyghur statelessness in the Uyghur diaspora around the world. And so if Canada can offer safe haven to those refugees, that would be one really positive step that Canada could take. And it would also send a signal to China. That would be a form of using the Canadian voice. And further, Canada should deter and punish harassment of Uyghur Canadians who are living inside and outside of its borders. I know I've spoken for a while, so I will turn the floor over to one of my co-panelists. Thank you.
Mr. Saint-Jacques, you're the next person on my screen.
Okay. Well, I know that it's difficult on the international scene, but again, as we heard from Dr. Anderson, there's work that has started. I was very pleased to see this Interparliamentary Alliance on China. We have to multiply this type of alliances, and it will require a lot of work, a lot of effort, but I think we have no other choice. Otherwise, we will lose our values. But I think also domestically, there are a number of things that we could do to limit cases of interference. For instance, when someone from a Chinese consulate intervenes with the university to ask them to cancel a discussion on what's happening in Xinjiang or Hong Kong, or if there is harassment of Uyghurs living in Canada as refugee or Canadians of Uyghur origin. And we should look at our laws to see what can be done to prevent that. I agree also that we have to show some flexibility to admit more refugees to Canada. Also, I think that we should look at supply chain and what can be done to make sure that products made with forced labor don't end up in Canada. So I think that there are a number of things that we can look at to send a message that we won't tolerate such behavior on the part of China. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to second what Elise said about refugees. One of the challenges for us when we're looking for people to talk to, we have all these government documents that kind of are the blueprint. But to me, it was important to find humans that could tell us that those were actually being implemented. And we did find some, but it's very hard to find Uyghurs who will talk to you about their experiences because they're so insecure. They don't have safety, they're refugees, and they don't have status where they are. And so I do think that's a really vital element. And I know Canada in particular has a long history of accepting refugees. So just want to second that recommendation. I think another thing that might be helpful would be if an international organization, and this would be hard to create, but were to research and issue an opinion on what's happening in Xinjiang from a legal perspective. It is my understanding that the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights in the past has done studies when they weren't permitted access to a region. And so I don't think it's entirely impossible to accomplish that, although it would obviously take the right political will, but that might be somewhere Canada could help. And then I think I've already touched on the questions of export control, sanctions, et cetera. And last, just in a very big picture way, I think continuing really aggressive efforts to support anti-corruption work around the world will be important in the long run. When we talk about Belt and Road and so forth, that is seen as feeding corruption globally. And if you're able to counter the corruption involved, it might not be so attractive to some leaders. And I'll just close there. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And before we move in camera, as chair and on behalf of all of the members of committee, as well as the clerk, analysts, our interpreters, staff, technicians, everybody that has made the last 2 days happen, we can't thank our witnesses enough. You are tremendous experts and educators, advocates, academics. We've heard many personal stories here. Over these last 2 days, we have had fulsome and compelling testimony that will help us inform our work and that we need to do. So we cannot thank you enough on behalf of this subcommittee of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Suspend. Thank you.
Thank you.